Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I keep waking up at 3 a.m. in a cold sweat, thinking I hear scratching at my window. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories or urban legends, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Young Ho, and I'm a 22-year-old college student in Seoul. I've always been a night owl, much to my parents' disapproval. There's something about the quiet streets at night that I find peaceful. The city transforms after midnight. It's like having this massive playground all to yourself. I was in my 3rd year of studying economics, and finals were approaching. That particular night, I had been cramming at the library until they kicked everyone out at midnight. My apartment was about a 30-minute walk away, and I decided to take a shortcut through an older neighborhood I wasn't very familiar with. It was unusually cold for April, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones. The streets were empty, except for the occasional stray cat. I remember checking my phone. It was 12:43 a.m. I had my earbuds in, listening to music to keep myself company on the walk home. As I turned down a narrow street lined with shuttered shops and dim streetlights, I got this weird feeling like I was being watched. You know that sensation when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? That's exactly what happened. I pulled out one earbud and listened. Nothing but the distant hum of traffic from the main road. That's when I noticed the abandoned building. It must have been an old apartment complex or office building. I couldn't really tell. Half the windows were broken and thick vines crawled up the sides. What caught my attention was the soft glow coming from one of the second-floor windows. It looked like candlelight. I know what you're thinking. Why the hell would anyone with half a brain investigate a creepy abandoned building at night? I've asked myself the same question every day since. I guess curiosity got the better of me. Plus, I thought maybe someone homeless was squatting there and needed help. It was stupid, I know. I approached the rusty gate that surrounded the property. It was chained shut, but there was a gap wide enough for me to squeeze through. The concrete courtyard was cracked, with weeds pushing up through the gaps. As I got closer to the building, I noticed something strange. There were dozens of cat food cans arranged in a perfect circle near the entrance. Some looked fresh, others were rusted and old. The front door was hanging off its hinges. I hesitated before entering, but something compelled me to go inside. The entrance hall smelled of mold and something else I couldn't identify, something almost sweet but rotten at the same time. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate the debris-strewn floor. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty building. No response. I should have turned around right then, but instead I headed toward the staircase. The steps creaked under my weight as I made my way to the second floor, following the direction of the light I'd seen from outside. The second-floor hallway was lined with doors, most hanging open to reveal empty rooms. But at the far end, one door was closed. That's where the light was coming from. I could see it seeping out from underneath. As I approached, I heard what sounded like humming. A woman's voice, soft and melodic, singing a lullaby I didn't recognize. Then came another sound, a scratching noise, like claws on wood. I stood outside the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Part of me wanted to run, but another part needed to know what was on the other side. I raised my hand to knock when the humming suddenly stopped. Complete silence fell. Even the scratching ceased. I held my breath, my knuckles hovering inches from the wood. Then, without me touching it, the door slowly swung open. The room was lit by dozens of candles arranged on the floor in another circle. In the center sat an old woman, her back to me. She was wearing a traditional Korean hanbok, but it was tattered and stained. Her hair was grey and hung down to her waist in a tangled mess. "Excuse me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't move or respond. I took a hesitant step into the room, and that's when I noticed the photographs. They covered the walls, hundreds of them, black and white photos of people, all with their faces scratched out, except for one. A color photograph of an elderly woman standing in front of what looked like Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong. She was smiling, holding a white cat in her arms. "I was waiting for someone to come," the old woman suddenly spoke, still facing away from me. Her voice was raspy, as if she hadn't used it in a long time. "It gets so lonely here." That's when I remembered the urban legend about the Hong Kong grandma ghost. My friend had told me about it a few weeks earlier over drinks. I had laughed it off as just another ghost story. According to the legend, she was once a kind grandmother who traveled between Hong Kong and Korea until she died in a plane crash. Her beloved cat sacrificed its soul to bring her back, but she returned as something not fully human. The legend said if you encounter her, you must include Hong Kong in every sentence you speak to her, or she'll... Well, the story wasn't clear on what exactly would happen, but it wouldn't be good. I thought it was all nonsense until that moment. "I'm sorry to disturb you," I said, backing toward the door. "I was just passing by and saw the light from Hong Kong. I saw the light from the window and thought someone might need help." She slowly began to turn around. "Where are you going? Stay and talk with me." I froze. I hadn't included Hong Kong in that sentence. Was she really? No, it couldn't be. Ghost stories weren't real. But I decided to play it safe anyway. "I would love to stay and talk about Hong Kong and other things," I replied, my voice shaking. She fully turned to face me then, and I had to stifle a scream. Her face was mostly human, an elderly Asian woman with deep wrinkles and kind eyes. But her mouth extended too far across her cheeks like a cat's. And when she smiled, I could see rows of sharp, pointed teeth. Her hands, resting in her lap, had elongated fingers that ended in what looked like retractable claws. "You know who I am," she said, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. "I've heard stories about the grandmother from Hong Kong," I admitted, making sure to include those two words. She stood up in one fluid motion that wasn't quite human. She was tall, much taller than she had appeared while sitting. Her back hunched oddly, and I noticed that her feet seemed to bend the wrong way inside her traditional shoes. "What stories have you heard about me?" she asked, taking a step toward me. The candles flickered as she moved, casting monstrous shadows on the walls. My mind raced to remember everything from the legend. "Just that you were a kind woman who loved traveling to Hong Kong," I said, "and that you had a cat you loved very much in Hong Kong." Her expression softened slightly. He was such a good cat. He gave up everything for me." She gestured to the photograph on the wall. "We were happy once." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She took another step toward me, and I could smell her now, a strange mixture of perfume, decay, and something distinctly animal. "Tell me more," she said, her eyes suddenly intense. "Tell me what you know about Hong Kong." I realized this was my chance. According to the legend, the ghost was obsessed with Hong Kong, the place she had loved visiting when she was alive. If I could keep her interested, maybe I could find a way to escape. "Well, Hong Kong is a beautiful city," I began, desperately trying to remember anything I knew about the place. "The skyline of Hong Kong is one of the most famous in the world. The food in Hong Kong is incredible, especially the dim sum. When people visit Hong Kong, they often take the Star Ferry across Victoria Harbour to see the whole city of Hong Kong lit up at night." As I spoke, I noticed her posture changing. The hunched back gradually straightened. Her hands, which had been claw-like, seemed more human. She closed her eyes, listening intently. "Go on," she whispered. "Tell me more about Hong Kong." I continued, racking my brain for every fact I knew about Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, there's a tram that takes you up to Victoria Peak for the best views of Hong Kong. The markets in Hong Kong are always bustling with people buying everything from electronics to traditional medicines. Many buildings in Hong Kong have gaps in them because of feng shui beliefs in Hong Kong. With each mention of Hong Kong, she seemed to relax more. The room felt less oppressive, and the candles burned brighter. I was starting to think there might be a way out of this after all. "The people of Hong Kong are resilient and hard-working," I continued. "The traditions in Hong Kong blend Eastern and Western influences in a unique way. I've always wanted to visit Hong Kong myself someday." That's when she opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Her eyes had changed. They were still human, but with vertical pupils like a cat's. Yet they didn't seem threatening anymore. They looked sad. "I miss it," she said quietly. "I was on my way back from visiting my daughter in Hong Kong when the plane—" She trailed off, looking at the photograph again. Bai waited for me to come home. When I didn't return, he stopped eating. They say he died calling for me. I felt a pang of genuine sympathy. "That must have been difficult for both you and your cat in Hong Kong," I said softly. She moved toward the window and looked out at the night sky. "After the crash, I was lost. I couldn't find my way to the afterlife. I was trapped between worlds. Then I felt Bai's presence. He found me, gave part of himself to me so I could exist in some form, but it changed me." She looked down at her hands, which now appeared almost normal. "I'm neither human nor cat, neither alive nor dead." "Is there anything I can do to help you find peace in Hong Kong?" I asked, partly out of genuine concern and partly because I was still terrified. She turned to me with a sad smile. "You've already done so much. It's been so long since anyone spoke to me about Hong Kong with such respect and understanding. Most people run, or they forget to say those words, and then—" She made a gesture with her hand that made me shudder. "What happens to those who forget to mention Hong Kong?" I couldn't help asking. Her expression darkened. "They become part of my collection," she said, gesturing to the photographs on the wall. "Their faces fade first, then their memories, then their souls. They help ease my loneliness." I swallowed hard, realizing how close I had come to that fate. "That sounds terrible for both you and them in Hong Kong," I managed to say. She nodded. "It is. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to remember who I was before the crash, before Hong Kong became just a memory." For the next hour, I sat with her and talked about Hong Kong, its history, culture, food, everything I could think of. With each story, she became more human-like. The claws retracted completely, her mouth returned to normal, and even her posture seemed natural. By the end, she looked like just a regular elderly Korean woman in traditional clothing. Finally, she stood up and bowed to me. "Thank you," she said. "Your words have brought me comfort I haven't felt in decades. You've reminded me of the beauty I once knew." I bowed in return, still careful to include Hong Kong in my response. "It was an honor to share these stories about Hong Kong with you." She smiled. A normal human smile this time. "You can go now. You're safe, and you don't need to say Hong Kong anymore." I hesitated, unsure if it was a trick. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I'm sure. You've given me a gift tonight. Remembrance. It's all any ghost really wants." I backed toward the door slowly. When I reached the threshold, I turned to say goodbye, but the room was empty. The candles still burned, but she was gone. The only thing left was the photograph of her and her cat in Hong Kong, now lying in the center of the candle circle. I ran from that building as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where the streetlights and occasional passing cars made me feel safer. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows and sat with the lights on until dawn. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've researched everything I can about the Hong Kong grandma ghost. There are similar stories from others who encountered her, those lucky enough to remember the rule about saying Hong Kong. Many weren't so fortunate. There are dozens of missing persons cases linked to that abandoned building over the years. I've been back to the neighborhood in daylight. The building is still there, but it's been boarded up with official notices declaring it scheduled for demolition. I wondered if they'd find anything inside, the candles, the photographs. But when I checked back a week later, construction crews had already razed it to the ground. Sometimes at night I think I hear scratching at my window, and occasionally when I'm walking home late, I feel watched. I've changed my route, avoiding empty streets and abandoned buildings. I go home before dark whenever possible. I don't know if I actually helped her find peace, or if she's still out there, waiting for someone else to tell her about Hong Kong. All I know is that urban legends often have more truth to them than we want to believe. So if you're ever walking alone at night in Seoul and see an elderly woman in traditional clothes, remember to mention Hong Kong in every sentence. Your life might depend on it. And if you hear scratching at your window in the middle of the night, whatever you do, don't look outside. Some cats have 9 lives, but the Hong Kong grandma has countless souls at her disposal, and she's always looking for more. Story 2. Minjun and I had only been married for 4 months when we moved into Hanbit Apartments in Seongbuk-dong. It was a quiet neighborhood in Seoul, not too far from where we both worked. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a nice building, which should have been our first red flag, I guess. We were in apartment 1401, 14th floor, with a decent view of the hills. Nothing spectacular, but it felt like home. We had this morning routine where we'd wake up at 5:30 a.m. and go jogging together around the nearby park. Minjun was always more dedicated to fitness than me, but I enjoyed our time together before the workday chaos began. That morning, April 17th, started like any other. The weather was perfect, just slightly cool with cherry blossoms starting to bloom. I remember feeling happy, thinking about how lucky we were. About 20 minutes into our jog, we were passing by this little pond when Minjun suddenly stopped. I was a few steps ahead when I realized he wasn't beside me anymore. When I turned around, I saw him bowing slightly and smiling, the way Koreans typically greet someone they know, but there was nobody there, just empty space between the trees. "Annyeonghaseyo," he said politely, still smiling at nothing. I walked back to him, confused. "Who are you talking to?" He looked at me like I was the one acting strange. "The lady from 1301, he said, gesturing toward the empty path. "She's right here." I looked around, thinking maybe I'd missed someone, but there was absolutely no one there. Just us and a few early morning birds. "Min, there's nobody there," I said, starting to get irritated. He'd never been the type to play pranks, especially not weird ones like this. "What do you mean? She's standing right here in her blue dress. She's from 1301. She just told me." He looked genuinely confused by my reaction. I felt a sudden chill despite the mild morning. "Stop it. This isn't funny." "I'm not trying to be funny, Sora. Why are you acting like this?" We stood there arguing in the park for several minutes. He insisted there was a woman in a blue dress standing right beside us, and I insisted he was either messing with me or still half asleep. Eventually, I got so frustrated that I just started jogging back toward our apartment without him. I could hear him calling after me, but I was too upset to stop. By the time we both got back to the apartment, we weren't speaking to each other. This was our first real fight since getting married, and over something so bizarre. I showered quickly and got ready for work, slamming drawers and doors to make it clear I was still angry. Minjun tried to explain again, but I cut him off. "I don't know what game you're playing, but I don't have time for this." I snapped, grabbing my bag. "I'll be working late tonight." The last thing he said to me was, "Sora, I swear I'm not making this up. She was there." The look in his eyes was so earnest that for a split second I almost believed him. But I was too angry to think clearly, so I just left. I spent the whole day at work distracted, replaying the morning's events in my head. Maybe he really did see something? Minjun had never lied to me before. By mid-afternoon, I was feeling guilty for overreacting. I decided to leave work early and pick up ingredients for kimchi jjigae, Minjun's favorite, as a peace offering. I stopped at the market near our apartment and bought fresh vegetables, tofu, and pork belly. I remember checking the time, 4:45 p.m., and thinking I'd have plenty of time to prepare dinner before Minjun got home at 6:30. When I arrived at our building, I noticed a few residents gathered in the lobby, whispering to each other. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just nodded politely and headed for the elevator. As I waited, an elderly woman I recognized from the 12th floor gave me a strange look. "You're from 1401, right?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, clutching my grocery bags. She opened her mouth as if to say something else, then shook her head and walked away. Looking back, I wish I had stopped her. I wish I had asked what she meant. When I got to our floor, I immediately noticed something was wrong. Our apartment door was slightly ajar. Minjun was obsessive about security. He always double-checked the lock before leaving. I called out his name as I pushed the door open, thinking maybe he'd come home early too. The grocery bags hit the floor before I even realized I'd dropped them. Minjun was lying face up in the middle of our living room. His eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling, but there was no life in them, no movement in his chest. I remember falling to my knees beside him, screaming his name, shaking him, but deep down, I already knew. His skin was cold, not just cool, but unnaturally cold, like he'd been in a freezer. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle. His phone was on the coffee table, his laptop open on the couch. It looked like he'd just been sitting there, maybe working from home, when whatever happened, happened. I don't remember calling emergency services. I don't remember our neighbors coming in. The next few hours are just fragments in my memory. Police officers asking questions, paramedics confirming what I already knew, someone guiding me to a neighbor's apartment while they removed Minjun's body. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest. Sudden, unexplained cardiac arrest in a healthy 29-year-old man with no history of heart problems. The police found nothing suspicious in our apartment, no signs of forced entry, besides me finding the door ajar, which they attributed to me not remembering correctly in my shock. No evidence of foul play. I spent that night at our neighbor Mrs. Park's apartment. She was kind, bringing me tea I couldn't drink and blankets I couldn't feel. The next day, Mrs. Park helped me call Minjun's parents. They arrived that evening and took over the funeral arrangements. Korean funerals happen quickly, and within 3 days, we had said our final goodbyes to Minjun. It was at the funeral that I first heard someone mention apartment 1301. I was sitting alone in a corner of the funeral hall when 2 elderly women from our building sat down nearby, not realizing I could hear them. "It happened again," one whispered. "Just like with the Kim boy last year." "He must have seen her," the other replied. "The woman from 1301. My head snapped up at that. The woman from 1301. Exactly what Minjun had said that morning. I moved closer to them, not caring if they thought I was being rude. "What did you just say about 1301? They looked startled, then exchanged worried glances. "Nothing, dear," the first woman said. "Just building gossip." "Please," I begged. "My husband mentioned a woman from 1301 the morning he died. I need to know what you're talking about." After some hesitation, they told me. Apartment 1301 didn't exist. Our building only had apartments numbered 0112 on each floor, but over the past few years, Several residents had reported encounters with a woman who claimed to be from 1301. In each case, the person died within 3 days of the encounter. I didn't believe them at first. It sounded like a ghost story, the kind of urban legend that spreads through apartment buildings. But then, more people at the funeral came forward with similar stories. An elderly man from the 8th floor, a middle-aged woman from the 5th, all telling me about friends or family members who had mentioned meeting a woman from 1301 shortly before their unexplained deaths. After the funeral, I couldn't bear to return to our apartment. I stayed with Minjun's parents for a week, then moved back to my parents' home in Busan. But I couldn't stop thinking about the woman from 1301. If so many people had seen her, if there were so many deaths, why hadn't anyone investigated? I started making calls, first to the police, then to the building management, then to anyone who would listen. Most dismissed me as a grieving widow, looking for answers where there were none. But a few residents from Hanbit Apartments joined my cause. Together, we petitioned for an investigation into the deaths associated with the woman from 1301. The case was officially opened on May 10th and closed on May 12th. Lack of scientific evidence, the report said. No statistical anomaly in death rates compared to other buildings of similar size and demographics. But we knew better. We started digging into the history of the building ourselves. Hanbit Apartments had been built in 2015 by W Construction Company. The original plans had included a 13th floor, but it was removed from the final construction due to the superstition around the number 13. In Korea, the number 4 is considered unlucky because it sounds like the word for death. But the developers had apparently been more concerned with Western superstitions when designing the building. One of our group, an older man named Mr. Yoon, managed to track down a former employee of W Construction who had worked on the Hanbit project. What he told us made my blood run cold. During construction, a female worker had fallen from what would have been the 13th floor. The company covered it up, labeling it as an accident at another site, and rushed to complete the building without any delays or investigations. They removed the 13th floor from the plans after the incident, renumbering everything above it. We believe this woman is the one people have been seeing, the non-existent neighbor from 1301. But why some people can see her while others can't, why she appears to people during their morning routines, why those who see her die within 3 days, we still don't have answers to these questions. Our group eventually organized a protest against W Construction. We stood outside their headquarters with signs telling our stories, demanding acknowledgement and compensation. The company initially denied everything, but after local news picked up the story and more former residents came forward, they finally agreed to negotiations. In the end, W Construction bought out all the remaining residents of Hanbit Apartments. The building now stands empty, awaiting demolition. Since people moved out, there have been no more reports of encounters with the woman from 1301, no more unexplained deaths. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to Minjun. Why him? Why that day? Was it just bad luck that he saw her during our morning jog? Or was there some reason she chose him? Sometimes I wonder if I could have saved him somehow. If I had believed him that morning instead of getting angry, if I had come home earlier, if I had known about the woman from 1301 beforehand. But deep down, I know there was nothing I could have done. Everyone who sees her dies within 3 days. That seems to be the one constant in all these stories. I still have nightmares about finding Minjun on our living room floor. Still wake up reaching for him, only to remember he's gone. Still catch myself checking the time, thinking Minjun will be home soon. And sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, I think I see a woman in a blue dress standing at the foot of my bed. But I always close my eyes again quickly. I don't greet her. I don't acknowledge her presence. Because now I know some neighbors are best left ungreeted, some apartments are best left unvisited, and some buildings hold secrets that should stay buried with their foundations. If you're reading this and you ever hear someone mention apartment 1301 in a building that doesn't have a 13th floor, walk away. Don't look back. Don't acknowledge them. Because once you see her, the clock starts ticking. 3 days. That's all you get. I miss you, Minjin. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone outside our group. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing that voice. I'm only writing this now because I haven't slept properly since that night on Pulau Tekong, and maybe putting it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. For context, I'm 23, born and raised in Singapore. Anyone who's lived here knows about Pulau Tekong. It's this isolated island where military recruits go for their basic training. There's always been stories about it being haunted. Most locals treat these as urban legends, just scary stories to freak out new recruits. I used to think that too. My cousin did his national service there and would tell us about the haunted parts of the island, the areas recruits avoided at night. One story always stuck with me, about a recruit named Wei Shen, who disappeared during training decades ago. Supposedly, he got separated from his squad during a night exercise and was never found despite massive search efforts. The story goes that he's still out there, lost in the jungle, appearing to recruits on moonless nights. Like I said, I thought it was just another ghost story. Last December, my friends and I were hanging out at Yan's apartment. That's Yan, Mai, Yang, and myself, Kai. We'd been friends since high school, and we'd gotten into this habit of doing something adventurous every couple of months. Usually it was harmless stuff like abandoned buildings or hiking off trail. That night, we'd had a few beers when Yan brought up Pulau Tekong. We should go there, he said, scrolling through some forum posts about the island's hauntings. New moon's coming up in 3 days. Perfect time to ghost hunt. I laughed it off initially. Bro, it's a military training ground. We can't just walk in. Actually, we can, Mai said, showing me her phone. She'd already researched it. There's a ferry that takes visitors to the public areas. We just need to venture a bit beyond the allowed zones. Looking back, I should have said no. We all should have. But there's something about being young and thinking you're invincible that makes terrible ideas sound exciting. So 3 days later, we took the last ferry to Tekong. We told the operator we were meeting relatives who worked on the island, which wasn't entirely a lie. Yang's uncle was actually an instructor there, though we had no intention of seeing him. The plan was to hang around the public areas until dark, then sneak into the forest where Wei Shen supposedly disappeared. The island itself isn't what you'd expect from a haunted place during daylight. It's just normal. Military facilities, some basic infrastructure, lots of jungle. We spent the afternoon playing it cool, walking around permitted areas, taking photos like regular visitors. As the sun started to set, the ferry staff and day workers began heading back to the mainland. Last boats leaving, a port worker called to us as we lingered near the dock. Our ride's picking us up later, Yang lied smoothly. The man gave us a suspicious look, but didn't push it. Once it was dark and the dock was empty, we headed toward the jungle edge. The night was perfect for ghost hunting. No moon, cloudy sky blocking the stars, and this weird stillness in the air that made every sound seem amplified. We had our backpacks with water, snacks, flashlights, and Yan had brought an EMF reader he'd ordered online. Total waste of money, Mai had said, but Yan insisted it was professional equipment. The island's forest isn't like your typical hiking trail. It's dense, humid, with vegetation that seems to grab at you. Our flashlights carved narrow tunnels of light through absolute darkness. The air felt heavy, almost sticky, and had this earthy smell mixed with something else I couldn't identify. According to the story, Wei Shen disappeared somewhere in this sector, Yan said, checking his phone's GPS. About half a kilometer ahead. I still think this is stupid, Mai said. but I could hear the excitement in her voice. "We're going to get caught and arrested for trespassing." "Only if we're caught," Yang replied, ducking under a low-hanging branch. We walked deeper into the jungle, following Yan, who had somehow appointed himself leader of this ridiculous expedition. After about 20 minutes, the trees opened into a small clearing. The silence was suddenly complete. No distant sounds of the base, no night insects, nothing. "This is weird," I said, my voice sounding too loud. "It's like someone hit mute." "Perfect spot," Yan grinned, dropping his backpack. "Let's set up here." We spread out a tarp on the damp ground and sat in a circle, flashlights pointed inward. Yan placed his EMF reader in the center like it was some kind of offering. "So now what?" Mai asked, hugging her knees to her chest. "We just sit here and wait for a ghost?" "We could tell ghost stories," Yang suggested, and I groaned. "That's so cliché." "Sometimes clichés work," Yang shrugged. "So we sat there telling ghost stories, none about Wei Shen because that felt too on the nose even for us." I don't remember how long we stayed like that, but it must have been at least an hour. The initial excitement wore off, replaced by boredom and the growing realization that we were sitting in a jungle in the middle of the night for no good reason. "This is dumb," Mai finally said, standing up. "I'm getting eaten alive by mosquitoes and there's no—" That's when the fog rolled in. It didn't creep or gradually thicken like normal fog. One moment the air was clear, and the next it was like someone had poured milk around us. Dense, white, and it moved in a way fog shouldn't, not drifting, but almost purposeful. "What the hell?" Yang whispered, standing up beside Mai. "It's just fog," I said, but my voice sounded hollow even to me. Yan's EMF reader suddenly lit up, the display flashing with activity. "Guys," he said, his voice tight. "Guys, something's happening." I was about to tell him to stop messing around when I heard it. A voice, distant but clear enough to make out words. "Help, please, I'm lost." We froze. The voice didn't sound like it was coming through a speaker or from any one direction. It was just there, in the air around us. "Someone's messing with us," Yang said, but his face had gone pale in the flashlight glow. "Hello?" Mai called out, her voice shaking. "Is someone there? Please help. I can't find my way back to camp." The voice was closer now, and there was something wrong with it. A hollow quality, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. "We should go," I said, already gathering my things. "Now!" "Wait," Yan held up a hand. "This is what we came for." "No, this is when the idiots in horror movies get killed," Mai hissed. "I'm with Kai, we need to leave." Before anyone could move, our flashlights flickered simultaneously, the beams weakening and strengthening in pulses. Through the thinning light, I saw a figure at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks, but as our lights steadied, I could make out more details. A man, maybe in his early 20s, wearing what looked like an old military uniform. It was torn and dirty, and there was something wrong with his skin. Too pale, almost grey in the flashlight beam. He was holding something long and dark, a rifle, I realized with a jolt. "Can you help me?" the figure asked in that same hollow voice. "I got separated from my squad. I need to get back to camp." None of us answered. I couldn't even breathe. The figure took a step forward, and our flashlights went crazy again, strobing like we were in some twisted nightclub. When they stabilized, the figure was closer, close enough that I could see his face clearly. His eyes were wrong. That's what I remember most vividly. They weren't just dark, they were empty, like looking into holes cut in reality. His uniform wasn't just dirty, it was rotting, with mold patterns that seemed to shift as he moved. And his hand, the one reaching toward us, wasn't quite solid at the edges. "Wei Shen," Yan whispered, and the moment that name left his lips, everything went to hell. The figure's expression changed, from loss to something terrible, a smile too wide for his face. And then he wasn't alone anymore. From behind every tree at the clearing's edge, more figures emerged, all identical, all Wei Shen, all with those empty eyes and reaching hands. "I need to get back to camp," they said in unison, voices overlapping in a horrible chorus. "Can you help me find my way?" Mai screamed. I don't blame her. I would have too if I could have found my voice. "Run!" Yang shouted, grabbing his backpack. We didn't need to be told twice. I snatched my bag and bolted, not caring which direction, just away from those figures. The fog seemed to fight us, swirling thicker where we tried to pass. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, sometimes catching glimpses of my friends, sometimes showing nothing but endless trees. "This way!" I heard Yan shout from somewhere to my left. I changed direction, stumbling over roots and rocks. The voices followed us, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Don't leave me here, please help me find my way." My lungs burned, and panic made every shadow into another Wei Shen. I glimpsed Mai ahead of me, then Yang. We were running blind, no idea if we were heading toward the beach or deeper into the jungle. Something grabbed my ankle, a root or vine, and I went down hard, my flashlight flying from my hand. For a terrifying moment, I was in complete darkness, scrambling on hands and knees toward where I thought my light had landed. My fingers closed around the flashlight, and when I switched it back on, Wei Shen was standing over me. Up close, I could see that his uniform had a name tag. I could see the individual threads where the fabric had rotted away. I could see that what I'd thought were shadows around him were actually like gaps, places where he wasn't fully there. "Please," he said, his voice suddenly so normal it was more terrifying than the hollow version. "I just want to go home." I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare up at him as he reached down toward me, his hand passing through the beam of my flashlight like it was made of smoke. "Kai!" Yang's voice cut through my paralysis. He was there suddenly, pulling me up, dragging me forward. "Move!" We ran again, and I swear I felt cold fingers brush the back of my neck. The voices were all around us now, a cacophony of pleas and whispers. The fog seemed alive, forming shapes that dissolved as soon as my light hit them. I don't know how we found the beach, pure luck, or maybe some instinct that pointed us towards safety. One moment we were surrounded by trees, and the next we were stumbling onto sand, the open water ahead of us. "The boat!" Yan was already splashing into the water toward where we'd hidden a small motorboat earlier that day. We followed, half running, half falling through the shallow water. Behind us, at the tree line, dozens of identical figures stood watching, all Wei Shen, all with those empty eyes. I'll never forget the sound as we pulled away from shore, not the engine, but what came from the island. All those voices suddenly merged into one deafening wail of despair that echoed across the water. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. That sound found its way inside my head. We didn't speak on the boat ride back, didn't speak when we docked on the mainland, didn't even speak when we parted ways at the train station. What was there to say? It's been 3 months, and we still haven't really talked about it. Sometimes one of us will start to bring it up when we're together, but someone else always changes the subject. I think we're afraid that talking about it will make it more real somehow, but it was real. I know that because sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear Wei Shen's voice, clear as if he's standing beside my bed. "Can you help me find my way back to camp?" And I wake up wondering if we brought something back with us that night, if Wei Shen found a way off the island after all. I don't know what happened to us on Pulau Tekong. I don't know if what we saw was a ghost, some kind of mass hallucination, or something else entirely. All I know is that I'm never going back there, and if you value your sanity, neither should you, because Wei Shen is still lost, and he's still looking for someone to help him find his way home. Story 4. I've been putting off writing about this for weeks now. Even typing this makes my hands shake, but I need to get it out somewhere. I don't care if anyone believes me, I just need to tell someone what happened. I moved to Seoul 6 months ago for a teaching job at a private academy. The transition was pretty smooth. My Korean isn't perfect, but I can get by, and my co-workers have been super welcoming. The only real downside was the apartment building they placed me in. It's this old high-rise in Mapogu, probably built in the 80s. The rent is cheap for Seoul standards, which should have been my first warning. From day one, something felt off about the place. The halls are dimly lit with these flickering fluorescent lights that buzz constantly. The whole building creaks and groans at night like it's alive. But the elevator was what really creeped me out from the start. It's one of those old-style ones with mirrors on all sides, ceiling, walls, floor, creating this endless tunnel effect when you step inside. The buttons are worn down, and half the time the thing stops between floors for no reason. About 3 weeks after moving in, I started hearing whispers from my neighbors about the elevator. At first, I thought it was just typical complaints about it being unreliable. But then my next-door neighbor, an older lady who's lived in the building for decades, pulled me aside one evening as I was getting home. "Don't ride the elevator during full moon," she said in broken English, her eyes dead serious. When I asked why, she just shook her head and muttered something about reflections and doppelgangers. I brushed it off as superstition and forgot about it until I was grabbing coffee with some co-workers the following week. I mentioned my weird building, and Minho, one of the Korean teachers, immediately asked which one. When I told him, his face went pale. "That building is famous," he said, lowering his voice. "There are stories about the mirrors in the elevator." That's when he told me about the legend. Apparently, during a full moon, the mirrors in the elevator create an infinite corridor of reflections. If you look too deep into them and count your reflections, you need to be careful of the 4th and 13th ones. They say those reflections aren't really you. They're entities that look exactly like you but aren't. And if you stare at them too long, especially the 13th, well, Minho wouldn't say what happens. I laughed it off, of course. I'm not usually one for ghost stories. But Minho wasn't laughing. Neither was Yuna, another teacher who had been silent during the whole conversation. "My cousin lived in that building 3 years ago," Yuna finally said. "She moved out after 2 months. She never told us why, just that she couldn't sleep there anymore." I tried to keep a skeptical face, but something about their expressions made my skin crawl. Still, I wasn't about to let some urban legend change my daily routine. That night I took the elevator as usual and found myself unconsciously counting my reflections before catching myself and feeling stupid. The next few weeks went by normally. I started to forget about the whole thing until last month, when the full moon was approaching. I noticed more neighbors taking the stairs, even elderly ones who normally wouldn't attempt 10 flights. The building seemed quieter, tenser. The night of the full moon, I got home late from a work dinner. I'd had a few drinks, not drunk, just relaxed enough to feel brave. As I stood waiting for the elevator, I remembered the legend and felt a weird urge to test it. The doors opened with their usual creak, and I stepped inside the empty car. The elevator mirrors looked different that night. I can't explain how exactly, clearer maybe. The reflections seemed to stretch further than usual, creating an endless tunnel of Mez standing in infinite elevator cars. I pressed my floor button, and as the doors closed, I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight to see better. I started counting my reflections, watching as the light from my phone created this eerie path through the mirror world. 1, 2, 3. When I got to the 4th reflection, I froze. Something wasn't right. While I was standing perfectly still, my mouth closed, my 4th reflection seemed to smirk. It was subtle, just the slightest curl at the corner of its mouth. I blinked hard, thinking it must be a trick of the light or the soju I'd had at dinner. The elevator suddenly jolted, making me lose count. My heart was pounding as we passed the 5th floor, then the 6th. I told myself to stop being ridiculous, but I couldn't help myself. I started counting again. 1, 2, 3. 4. This time the fourth reflection looked normal, and I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. 5, 6, 7. By the time I reached the 13th reflection, the elevator was approaching my floor. I squinted, trying to see that far into the mirror tunnel. The 13th me was barely visible in the distance, just a silhouette in the diminishing light of my phone flashlight. But as I watched, it raised its hand and waved at me, while my own hand remained firmly at my side. I dropped my phone. The flashlight beam swung wildly across the mirrored walls as it clattered to the floor, creating a disorienting strobe effect. In that flashing light, I swear I saw my reflections moving independently, their movements jerky and unnatural, and they were all smiling now. The elevator lurched to a stop, but the display showed we were between the 10th and 11th floors, not at my 12th floor apartment. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely, leaving me in darkness, except for my phone's flashlight on the floor, pointing at the ceiling and creating weird shadows. I scrambled to grab my phone, trying not to look at any of the mirrors. But in the brief moment I glanced up, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. My reflections were all standing perfectly still, but they weren't in the same position as me. I was crouched down, reaching for my phone. They were all standing upright, heads tilted at the exact same angle, watching me. And the fourth one, it was closer to the glass than it should have been, much closer, like it was pressing against the barrier between our worlds. I managed to grab my phone and straightened up, backing into the corner of the elevator. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was impossible, that it was just my imagination and the alcohol and the power flickering. But then I saw the 13th reflection. It wasn't just waving anymore. It was walking forward, moving through the other reflections, getting closer with each mirror it passed through. Its eyes were fixed on mine, but they weren't my eyes at all. They were cold, empty, filled with something I can only describe as ancient hunger. The air in the elevator suddenly felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. A soft whispering filled my ears. Not words exactly, more like the sound of countless voices murmuring just below the threshold of understanding. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath fogging in front of me. I closed my eyes, pressing myself against the elevator wall, fumbling for the emergency button. Nothing happened when I pushed it. The whispering grew louder. When I couldn't stand it anymore, I opened my eyes again. The 13th reflection had made it to the 4th mirror now. It was so close I could see details that weren't right, tiny differences in its face that made it look like a poor copy of me. Its smile was too wide, showing too many teeth. Its movements were fluid, but wrong, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. And it was still coming closer. The 3rd reflection now, reaching out a hand that pressed against its side of the mirror, creating a bulge, like the glass was flexible, stretching toward me. The lights flickered again, and the elevator jolted, dropping suddenly before catching itself with a screech of cables. I screamed and dropped to the floor, covering my head. When I looked up, all my reflections were normal again, mimicking my terrified posture on the floor. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened on my floor as if nothing had happened. I bolted out, not looking back, and ran to my apartment. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door, then slammed it shut behind me and locked every lock, including the security chain. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, as far from any mirrors as possible. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been some kind of hallucination, maybe even a waking nightmare. The soju, the power fluctuation, the suggestive ghost story. My mind had created the whole thing. 2 days later, I was still avoiding the elevator, taking the stairs despite the 10th-floor climb. But that evening, it was pouring rain and I'd just finished grocery shopping. Carrying heavy bags up 10 flights seemed impossible, so I reluctantly pressed the elevator call button. When it arrived, it was empty. The mirrors looked normal. I stepped in cautiously and pressed my floor, keeping my eyes fixed on the floor display, refusing to look at any reflections. But as the doors were closing, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Something in the mirror moved when I didn't. I turned my head instinctively and locked eyes with my fourth reflection. It smiled at me, a real wide smile, while my own face was frozen in horror. It raised one finger to its lips in a shushing gesture, then pointed upward. I followed its gaze upward to the mirrored ceiling and saw the 13th reflection looking down at me from above. Its face pressed against the mirror, hands splayed as if trying to break through. The doors opened at my floor, and I ran out, abandoning my groceries. I packed a bag that night and checked into a hotel. The next day, I told my school I needed different housing, making up a story about plumbing issues. They weren't happy, but eventually found me a different place after a week. I went back once during daylight hours to get my things, bringing Min-ho with me for support. I made him ride the elevator with me. Nothing happened, and the mirrors seemed completely normal. He clearly thought I was overreacting, though he was nice enough not to say it. As we were leaving with the last of my boxes, Min-ho stopped suddenly in the lobby. "Wait," he said, looking at me strangely. "You have something—" He reached toward my face, then stopped, his eyes widening slightly. "What?" I asked, my heart starting to race. He shook his head. "Nothing, just a shadow. It's gone now. I've been in my new apartment for 3 weeks. It's smaller and more expensive, but there are no mirrors in the elevator, just brushed metal walls. I've covered or removed most of the mirrors in my apartment too. But sometimes, when I pass a reflective surface, a store window, a puddle after rain, even my phone screen when it's turned off, I catch a glimpse of movement that doesn't match mine. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see a face that looks exactly like me but isn't me at all, watching from the corner of my eye, and it's smiling." Story 5. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since everything happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face, her beautiful face, and then I remember how it changed, how everything changed. I need to write this down, maybe to make sense of it, maybe just to convince myself I'm not crazy. I grew up in a small village along the Pra-Kanong River. Everyone knew everyone there. Our houses stood on stilts above the water, connected by wooden walkways. Life was simple but good. That's where I met May. May was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, not just her appearance, though her smile could light up the darkest night, but her soul. She had this way of making everyone around her feel special. When we married, the entire village celebrated for 3 days straight. I still remember how the lanterns reflected in her eyes that night. We were so happy. We'd been married for 2 years when May told me she was pregnant. I couldn't stop smiling for weeks. I built a small cradle myself, staying up late after fishing to carve intricate designs into the wood. May would sit nearby, humming lullabies while working on tiny clothes for our baby. We had everything planned out. Then the conscription notice came. The war seemed so distant from our peaceful village, but suddenly I was being pulled away from everything I loved. The night before I left, May held me tighter than she ever had. "Come back to us," she whispered. "We'll be waiting." I promised her I would. It was the easiest promise I ever made. The war was hell. I won't go into details. That's not what this story is about. All I thought about was getting back to May, to our child who would have been born while I was away. Every night I dreamed of holding them both. When I finally returned to our village, something felt off. People stared at me as I walked down the familiar paths. Some even backed away. I figured they were just surprised to see me alive. Many men from our village never returned. I hurried home, my heart racing with excitement. Our house looked exactly the same, though the wooden steps creaked more than I remembered. Inside, I found May cradling our baby boy. "You came back," she said, her eyes filling with tears. I rushed to them, wrapping my arms around my family. The baby was so small, So perfect. May looked tired, but just as beautiful as the day I left. I was home. Everything was right again. For a few days, we lived in our own little world. I couldn't get enough of watching May with our son, of learning how to be a father. But whenever we ventured out together, I noticed how the villagers avoided us. They wouldn't look at May directly, and some made warning signs when they thought I wasn't watching. "What's going on with everyone?" I asked May. "Why are they acting so strange?" "They're jealous of our happiness," she said, kissing my cheek. "Don't worry about them." But it wasn't just their behavior. Strange things kept happening around our house. The food May cooked smelled wonderful but tasted like nothing. At night, I'd wake up to find her sitting perfectly still, just watching me. Sometimes I thought I heard her talking to someone when no one else was there. One evening, an old friend finally approached me when I was alone by the river. "Nark," he said, his voice trembling, "you need to know something." Before he could continue, May called my name from our doorway. My friend's face drained of color, and he backed away, making the sign to ward off evil. "Don't come here again," May called after him, her voice suddenly harsh in a way I'd never heard before. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something was nagging at me, a feeling I couldn't shake. May had fallen asleep with the baby between us. I carefully got up and went to the small altar in the corner of our home. Looking at the incense I'd brought back from the war, I realized it hadn't burned down at all since I'd lit it days ago. I heard a soft sound from outside. Through the window, I could see an elderly woman from the village standing below our house. When she saw me, she gestured frantically for me to come down. Careful not to wake May, I crept outside and down the stairs. "You must leave this place," the old woman whispered, glancing fearfully at my house. "Your wife and child died while you were away. What lives in your house now is not human." My first reaction was anger. How dare she say such horrible things? But then memories started flooding back. The villagers' fear, the strange atmosphere in our home, May's sudden mood changes. "You're lying," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "During childbirth," she continued, ignoring my denial, "it was difficult. We couldn't stop the bleeding. By the time the midwife arrived, it was too late for both of them. The whole village mourned. We sent word to your commanders, but you were already moving through the jungle." "No," I insisted. "She's upstairs right now, with our son." The old woman shook her head sadly. "Go to the temple. Ask the monks. They'll tell you where they're buried." I couldn't process what she was saying. It had to be some cruel joke. I turned to go back inside, but the woman grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Watch her carefully," she warned. "You'll see the truth." I pulled away and hurried back upstairs. May was still sleeping peacefully with our baby. I crawled back into bed beside them, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there until dawn, watching my wife's chest rise and fall with each breath, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the old woman's words. I found myself watching May more closely. Was her skin paler than I remembered? Did her eyes look different somehow? Was it strange that our baby never cried? I decided to test something. While May was cooking dinner, I deliberately knocked a lime off the table. It rolled across the floor, stopping several feet away from where she stood at the stove. "Can you grab that for me?" I asked casually, pretending to be busy with the baby. "Of course," she replied, not turning from the pot she was stirring. "What happened next will haunt me forever." May's arm, her arm, stretched impossibly across the room. It elongated like rubber, her fingers extending until they reached the lime on the floor. As she retracted her arm back to normal size, she turned and smiled at me. In that moment, I knew. The old woman was telling the truth. May must have seen the horror on my face because her expression changed instantly. Her smile fell away, replaced by something desperate and angry. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she demanded. The baby in the cradle began to wail, but the sound was wrong, too high-pitched, almost like an animal. "I need some air," I stammered, backing toward the door. "I'll be right back." "No," May shouted, and the house physically shook. "You promised you'd come back to us. You promised you wouldn't leave us again." I ran. I didn't grab anything, didn't think, just ran out the door and down the steps. Behind me, May's voice changed, becoming deeper, inhuman. "Nak, come back!" I sprinted down the walkways between houses, villagers scattering before me. Behind me, I could hear May gaining ground, her footsteps unnaturally fast. I dared one glance back and saw her floating above the wooden planks, her feet not touching the ground, her hair wild around her face, which was no longer entirely human. The village temple was ahead, its golden roof catching the setting sun. I'd never been particularly religious, but something told me I'd be safe there. Sacred ground, consecrated territory. As I crossed the temple threshold, I felt a pressure behind me, like something hitting an invisible wall. May stood at the temple boundary, her face contorted with rage and grief. "You promised!" she screamed, and the sound made my ears bleed. "You can't leave us again!" The monks appeared from inside, alerted by the commotion. The eldest among them took one look at May and began chanting, his hands forming ritual gestures. The other monks joined in, their voices rising in unison. May's form seemed to flicker between the woman I loved and something else, something ancient and terrible. She wailed, a sound of such profound loss that I almost ran back to her despite everything. "She must be contained," the head monk told me as the others continued their chants. "Her attachment to you is too strong. Her spirit cannot move on." What followed was the longest night of my life. The monks performed rituals I'd never seen, burning special incense, reciting from sacred texts. All the while May circled the temple grounds, sometimes pleading, sometimes threatening. The baby was in her arms now, its cries mingling with hers in a terrible chorus. Near dawn, the monks brought out a clay jar. "We will trap her spirit," the head monk explained. "Then we will throw the jar into the river." I watched in horror and fascination as their chanting intensified. May seemed to be fighting against an invisible force, pulling her toward the jar. She screamed my name over and over. "Nak, don't let them do this. We can be together. I came back for you." The part of me that still loved her wanted to stop them, but I remembered her stretched arm, the inhuman wail of our child. This wasn't my May anymore. My May had died giving birth to our son. What stood before me was something else, something wearing her face. With a final, terrible shriek, May's spirit was pulled into the jar. The head monk quickly sealed it with blessed cloth and wax. The sudden silence was deafening. "It is done," he said, but he didn't look convinced. They took the jar to the deepest part of the river and threw it in, weighed down with stones. I watched from the shore, tears streaming down my face. For 3 days, I stayed at the temple. The monks showed me the grave where May and our son were buried. I brought flowers and prayed for their souls. On the 4th day, a fisherman came running to the temple, his face white with terror. "She's back," he gasped. "The ghost has returned." That night, May's vengeful spirit terrorized the village. Boats capsized, fires started mysteriously, and several people reported seeing her floating outside their windows, searching for me. The monks realized their first attempt had failed. May's spirit was too powerful, her attachment to me too strong to be contained by ordinary means. They gathered again, this time bringing out an ancient waistband said to have special powers. The ritual was more intense than before. It took 7 monks chanting for 7 hours. The temple shook. Candles extinguished themselves only to relight moments later, and through it all, May's voice called to me, promising that we could be together forever if I just came to her. Finally, her spirit was trapped in the waistband. The head monk told me it would be taken far away, to be kept by the royal family, where its power could be contained. Never speak her name again, he warned me. Never call to her. Her love for you transcended death itself. Such attachment is dangerous. I left the village that day. I couldn't stay there with the memories, couldn't walk past our house or her grave. I moved to the city, found work, tried to build a new life. But sometimes late at night, I swear, I can hear her calling my name. Sometimes I think I see a woman holding a baby watching me from across a crowded street. And sometimes I wake up to find a single lime placed beside my bed. I don't know if I'll ever be free of May. I don't know if her spirit is still trapped in that waistband or if she somehow broke free again. All I know is that love isn't supposed to be like this. Love isn't supposed to follow you from beyond the grave. And now, as I write this, I can hear something scratching at my door. Story 6. I've never shared this before. It's been almost 29 years, but I still get this cold, sick feeling in my stomach whenever I pass by where the Sampung department store used to stand in Seoul. My son is 34 now, married with his own kids. But sometimes I still look at him and wonder about what happened that day. It was June 29th, 1995. I remember it was hot, that sticky, suffocating Korean summer heat that makes you want to escape to anywhere with air conditioning. My son Minho was 5 years old then, and I'd promised to take him shopping for new clothes since he'd outgrown everything seemingly overnight. Sampung was the place to go. This massive, gleaming 5-story building in the Seocho district. It was considered high-end, one of those places where you felt a little special just walking through the doors. We arrived around 1 p.m. I remember checking my watch because I wanted to be home before rush hour traffic got bad. The store was busy but not packed. Lots of mothers with children, business people on lunch breaks, the usual Thursday afternoon crowd. The air conditioning hit us as soon as we walked in, and that first moment of relief from the heat is still vivid in my memory. Minho had been excited on the bus ride over. He kept talking about what toys he wanted to look at after we finished shopping for clothes. But as soon as we stepped inside, something changed. He became quiet, which wasn't like him at all. I figured he was just overwhelmed by the size of the place or tired from the heat. We went up to the children's clothing section on the 3rd floor. I was browsing through a rack of shirts when I noticed Minho wasn't next to me anymore. I panicked for a second before spotting him standing completely still about 10 feet away, staring up at the ceiling. "Minho, ya, what are you looking at?" I asked, going over to him. He didn't answer right away. When he finally looked at me, his expression was strange, not scared exactly, but serious in a way that 5-year-olds rarely are. "Mom, we need to leave," he said quietly. I laughed it off. "We just got here. Don't you want to look at toys after we find you some new shirts?" But he shook his head firmly. "No, we need to go now." I was annoyed, to be honest. We'd come all this way, and now he was being difficult. I thought maybe he was hungry, so I promised we'd get ice cream at the food court on the 5th floor after shopping. That usually worked, but not this time. He started pulling on my hand. "Please, Mum, please, can we go home?" People were starting to look at us. I was embarrassed and frustrated. "Minho, stop it! Tell me what's wrong!" "The ceiling is making noises," he whispered. "And that man is putting ropes on everyone." I looked around confused. "What man? What ropes?" But Minho wouldn't explain. He just kept tugging at my hand, getting more insistent. His eyes kept darting around the store, following something I couldn't see. I noticed his little hand was trembling in mine. I tried reasoning with him, even promised to buy him that robot toy he'd been asking for weeks. But he started crying silently, tears streaming down his face while he kept pulling me toward the escalators. It wasn't a tantrum. I'd seen plenty of those. This was different. He seemed genuinely terrified. Then I heard it, a faint cracking sound from somewhere above us. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if Minho hadn't made me pay attention. A few other shoppers looked up too, then shrugged it off and continued browsing. Something about that sound and the look on my son's face made me uneasy. I decided we could come back another day. It wasn't worth forcing him to stay if he was this upset. We'd only been there for about 20 minutes when I finally gave in. "Fine, we'll go home," I said, "but you need to tell me what's bothering you when we get outside." The relief on his face was immediate. He practically dragged me to the escalators. As we were going down, I noticed a few store employees looking concerned, pointing at some cracks near a support column. One was on a walkie-talkie, looking tense. It struck me as odd, but I was more focused on getting Minho out of there since he was practically shaking by then. The main floor was crowded with shoppers coming and going. I remember noticing how normal everything seemed. People carrying shopping bags, checking their watches, completely unaware of whatever had spooked my son so badly. As we pushed through the glass doors into the hot afternoon air, I felt Minho's grip on my hand loosen slightly. His breathing, which had been rapid and shallow inside, began to slow. We walked several blocks before catching a bus home. Minho sat silently next to the window, his small face serious as he watched the buildings pass by. I asked him again what had scared him, but he just shook his head and said, "I didn't like it there." I figured he was tired or coming down with something and decided not to push it. We got home around 2:30 p.m. I made him a snack, and he seemed to return to his normal self, playing with his toys in the living room while I started preparing dinner. I turned on the TV for background noise as I chopped vegetables. I'll never forget the moment I heard the news broadcaster's voice change. It was about 5:50 p.m. I looked up from the kitchen counter to see footage of dust and chaos. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. A massive cloud of dust, people running, emergency vehicles with flashing lights. Then the reporter said the words that froze my blood. "Sampung department store has collapsed." I dropped the knife I was holding. It clattered against the floor tiles, but I barely heard it. I stood there, paralyzed, watching footage of the building we had been in just hours earlier, reduced to concrete and steel and dust. They were saying the entire south wing had pancaked down, floor upon floor, collapsing onto each other. "Minho ya," I called out, my voice shaking. "Come here." He walked into the kitchen, still holding a toy car in his hand. When he saw the TV, he didn't look surprised or scared. He just stared at the screen with that same serious expression he'd had in the store. "Mom, I told you to leave quickly," he said quietly. My skin prickled. "Minho, how did you know? How did you know we needed to leave?" He looked at me with eyes that suddenly seemed much older than 5. Everyone in the department store was tied around the neck with black ropes by a man wearing black clothes. I felt dizzy suddenly, gripping the counter to stay upright. "What man? Who was he?" Minho shrugged. He was tall. I couldn't see his face. He was putting ropes on everyone except us. "Why not us?" I whispered. "I don't know, but he looked at me. That's when I heard the ceiling making noise." I turned back to the TV, where they were reporting the first estimated casualties. Hundreds feared trapped or dead. The building had completely collapsed at 5:57 p.m. just minutes ago. If we had stayed, I couldn't sleep that night. I kept the TV on, watching the rescue efforts, the crying families gathered around the perimeter, the body counts rising. Part of me felt guilty for escaping whatever fate might have befallen us. The other part couldn't stop thinking about what Minho had said about the man in black with ropes. The next morning, they reported that there had been warning signs throughout the day. The building had been making cracking noises. They'd actually evacuated some executives hours before the collapse, but kept the store open for shoppers. They'd known something was wrong and did nothing to save those people. In the days that followed, we learned more. The fifth floor had originally been designed as a roller skating rink, but the owners had changed it to a food court with heavy air conditioning units that the building wasn't designed to support. They'd cut corners, moved support columns to create more space, ignored basic safety regulations, all for profit. The final death toll was 502 people. 502. I sometimes find myself counting that number over and over. We could have been among them. We should have been among them. But somehow, my 5-year-old son saw something I couldn't see and saved our lives. I took Minho to a child psychologist a few weeks later. I told the doctor my son had predicted the collapse, but I didn't mention the man with the black ropes. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy or making it up. The psychologist suggested that Minho might have subconsciously processed environmental cues, the cracking sounds, the concerned employees, and that his imagination had created the man in black as a way to process danger his conscious mind couldn't articulate. That explanation made sense. I wanted it to make sense. But it didn't explain why he was afraid the moment we entered, before we'd heard any cracking or seen any employees looking concerned. A year after the collapse, they built a memorial for the victims. I took Minho there once. He stood very still, looking at the names. Then he tugged on my sleeve. "The man with the ropes isn't here anymore," he said, "but the people with the ropes still don't know they have them." I never took him back there again. He stopped mentioning the man, or the ropes, as he got older. When he was about 12, I asked if he remembered that day at Sampung. He said he remembered being scared and wanting to leave, but the details had faded. I was relieved, but I never forgot. I've spent years reading about the disaster, about similar cases where children seemed to sense something adults couldn't. I've read about the Sampung CEO who served only 7 years in prison for those 502 deaths. 7 years, less than a week for each life he took. I've heard the stories people tell about the site. A man who saw people with Sampung shopping bags waiting at a bus stop years after the store was gone. A woman who swears she can hear music playing from the empty lot at night. Sometimes I wonder if those aren't just stories, if maybe those 502 souls are still there, tied with ropes they can't see, still shopping, still unaware that their lives ended due to someone's greed. I don't know why we were spared that day. I don't know what my son saw that I couldn't. But every June 29th, I light a candle for the people who didn't have a child, who could see the man in black, and I still catch myself avoiding buildings with cracks in the ceiling, always listening for that faint cracking sound that means something is about to come crashing down. Story 7. I never used to believe in ghosts. I really didn't. I was more of a skeptic who enjoyed the thrill of exploring abandoned places, the rush of adrenaline when climbing through broken windows or scaling crumbling staircases. But after what happened at Sathorn Unique Tower in Bangkok, I can't explain things away with logic anymore. This happened 3 months ago, and I still wake up in cold sweats. I've never written this down before, but maybe putting it into words will help me process what I experienced. I'm not looking for explanations or validation. I just need to get this out. I was backpacking through Southeast Asia with money I'd saved for almost 2 years. Bangkok was my 3rd stop after Vietnam and Cambodia. I'd connected with other travelers through an urban exploration group online, and we agreed to meet up to check out the infamous Ghost Tower. If you don't know, Sathorn Unique is this massive 49-story skyscraper that was abandoned mid-construction during the 1997 financial crisis. It just sits there in the middle of Bangkok, this giant concrete skeleton looming over everything. Locals avoid it. They say it's haunted, cursed. There have been suicides, murders even. But for urban explorers, it's legendary. Our group consisted of 5 people: me, Niran, 2 Australian guys, Tim and Josh, a German girl, Anna, and a Canadian guy, Mark. We'd been messaging for days planning this. The excitement built as we swapped stories about other abandoned places we'd explored. The plan was simple: Meet at a nearby coffee shop at 5 p.m., wait until dusk, then find our way inside. The tower isn't technically open to the public, but there are ways in if you know where to look. Tim had been there before and knew a side entrance where the fence was damaged. It was raining that evening. Not a heavy downpour, but one of those persistent drizzles that soaks through everything eventually. The grey sky darkened quickly as we approached the tower, making it look even more ominous than in the photos I'd seen online. "We should stick together," Mark said, as we squeezed through the gap in the fence. "People have gotten lost in here before." I remember nodding, my heart already pounding with excitement. The base of the tower was covered in graffiti, trash scattered everywhere. The smell hit me first, a mix of mildew, urine, and something else I couldn't identify. Something dead, maybe. We turned on our flashlights and headlamps, the beams cutting through the darkness. The lobby area was massive, with grand staircases that led nowhere, and elevator shafts gaping open like mouths. The marble that once covered the floors had been stripped away, leaving rough concrete. "The stairs are this way," Tim said, leading us toward a doorway. "Be careful, some of the steps are missing." He wasn't exaggerating. The stairwell was treacherous, crumbling concrete, exposed rebar, and sections where we had to jump across gaps. We climbed slowly, our breathing echoing in the enclosed space. By the 10th floor, I was already sweating despite the surprisingly cool air. "Is it just me, or is it getting colder?" Anna asked, voicing what I'd been thinking. It was strange. The temperature should have been stifling in the Bangkok heat, especially in a concrete building with no air conditioning. Instead, it felt like walking into a refrigerator. "Old buildings can trap cold air," Josh said, but he didn't sound convinced. We continued upward, stopping occasionally to explore abandoned rooms. Most floors were similar. Bare concrete, leftover construction materials, graffiti. Some had incredible views of the city through glassless windows. I snapped photos, capturing the contrast between the decaying interior and the glittering cityscape outside. Around the 30th floor, something changed. The graffiti became sparse, the air noticeably colder. The silence was what got to me. Complete absence of sound, except for our footsteps and breathing. Even the constant background noise of Bangkok had disappeared. "It's so quiet," I whispered, and my voice seemed to hang in the air unnaturally. "We're pretty high up," Mark reasoned. "Sound doesn't carry from the street." But it wasn't just the absence of city noise. It was like the air itself was absorbing our voices. When we spoke, our words felt muffled, like they couldn't travel more than a few feet. We pressed on. By the time we reached the 43rd floor, I was feeling uneasy. The others seemed affected too. Our conversations had died down, and everyone moved more cautiously. "Let's check out this floor," Tim suggested, pushing open a heavy metal door. Unlike the others, this floor seemed more complete. There were partial walls creating rooms, piles of old construction equipment, and sheets of plastic hanging from the ceiling that moved slightly despite the lack of wind. We split up slightly to explore, staying within eyesight, but each examining different areas. I wandered toward what looked like it would have been a bathroom, my flashlight beam bouncing off broken tiles. That's when I felt it. A cold spot so intense it was like walking into a freezer. My breath clouded in front of my face, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. I swung my flashlight around and froze. In the corner stood a figure, not fully formed, more like a shadow with substance, darker than the darkness around it. Where a face should have been, there were just 2 points of light like glowing eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure didn't approach, but I heard something, a whispering so quiet I couldn't make out words, but somehow I understood the meaning. We weren't welcome. We needed to leave. "Guys," I called out, my voice shaking. "Guys, come here." Josh appeared behind me. "What's up?" I pointed to the corner, but there was nothing there now, just empty space. I saw something, I said, knowing how it sounded. Like a shadow person, with eyes. Josh laughed nervously. This place does mess with your head. I wanted to insist, to make him understand what I'd seen wasn't a trick of light or an overactive imagination, but I let it go. We rejoined the others, and I didn't mention what happened. Let's go to the rooftop, Anna suggested. That's supposed to be the best part. The final flights of stairs to the roof were the most dangerous. Parts had completely collapsed, forcing us to climb on exposed beams and rebar. One wrong step could mean a fall of hundreds of feet. When we finally pushed through the door to the rooftop, the view was breathtaking. Bangkok spread out in every direction, a sea of lights pulsing beneath us. The rain had stopped, leaving the air humid and heavy. Despite the incredible view, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. Something felt wrong. While the others took photos at the edge, I hung back, constantly looking over my shoulder. Tim walked over to me. "You okay? You seem on edge." "Just tired from the climb," I lied. "It's a lot of stairs." We spent about 20 minutes on the roof, taking photos and pointing out landmarks. But the longer we stayed, the more uncomfortable I felt. It wasn't just me. Everyone seemed eager to leave despite having worked so hard to get up there. "We should start heading down," Mark said finally. "It'll take a while, and I don't want to navigate those stairs when we're completely exhausted." Everyone agreed quickly. Too quickly. Like we all wanted an excuse to leave. As we gathered our things, I noticed something strange through one of the open sections where a wall should have been. Several floors down, maybe around the 40th floor, a light was flickering. Not a flashlight or phone light, more like an old lamp or candle. "Hey," I said, pointing. "Does anyone else see that light?" They gathered around me, following my gaze. "I don't see anything," Anna said. "Me neither," Josh added. But it was right there, unmistakable. A warm, yellow light flickering in a building that had no electricity. "I'm going to check it out," I said. Something was pulling me toward it. Curiosity, maybe. Or something else. "Are you crazy?" Mark asked. "We need to stick together. I'll be quick, just a few floors down. I want to see what it is." They argued, but I was already heading for the stairs. I promised to meet them on the 35th floor in 15 minutes. Looking back, I don't know why I was so determined. It was like the light was calling to me specifically. I descended quickly, counting floors. The light had seemed to come from around the 40th floor, so I exited the stairwell there. The floor was dark and empty, no sign of any light. Confused, I continued down to 39, then 38. On the 38th floor, I saw it again, that warm glow coming from behind a partially constructed wall. I moved toward it slowly, my flashlight beam leading the way. I turned a corner and found a room that was different from any other we'd seen in the building. It was finished, like it had been skipped by the abandonment that affected the rest of the tower. There was actual flooring, painted walls, and in the center a standing lamp with a yellow shade that cast that warm glow I'd seen. But what caught my attention was the mirror. A full-length ornate mirror in a gold frame, standing against the far wall. It looked antique and completely out of place in an abandoned construction site. The glass was spotless, reflecting the room perfectly. I approached it slowly, drawn by its incongruity. My flashlight illuminated my path, but when I got close enough to see my reflection, my blood turned to ice. It wasn't me in the mirror. Instead of my reflection, I saw a woman. Asian, maybe in her 30s, with long black hair and a face contorted in sorrow and rage. She wore what looked like old-fashioned construction clothes, a hard hat, work boots, a dirty shirt. But they were torn, bloodied. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. She stared at me with eyes full of such intense emotion that I felt physically crushed by her gaze. Then she moved, her hand pressed against the glass from her side, the surface rippling like water. Her fingers began to emerge from the mirror, reaching toward me. I stumbled backward, knocking over the lamp. The light went out immediately, plunging the room into darkness except for my flashlight, which flickered erratically. In the beam's unsteady light, I saw her stepping fully out of the mirror. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. Where her feet touched the floor, wet footprints appeared. Not water, something darker. I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran for the stairwell, heart hammering in my chest. Behind me I heard a wail, a sound of pure anguish that echoed through the empty building. It wasn't loud, but somehow it filled every space, coming from everywhere at once. I took the stairs 3 at a time, risking a deadly fall in my panic. The wailing continued, sometimes distant, sometimes so close it felt like she was right behind me. I passed the 35th floor without stopping. I couldn't think about the others. Couldn't think about anything except getting out. Around the 20th floor, my flashlight died completely. I was plunged into darkness, forced to feel my way down by holding the railing. My hands were slick with sweat, my breathing ragged. The wailing had stopped, but somehow that was worse. The silence felt expectant, like she was listening for me. I don't remember much of the rest of the descent. Just the blind panic, the feeling of being hunted, the desperate need to reach the ground floor. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I saw moonlight streaming through the entrance. I ran toward it, not slowing until I was outside the fence, back on the normal Bangkok street with traffic and pedestrians and reality. I collapsed on the sidewalk, gasping for air. A few passers-by gave me concerned looks, but no one stopped. Just another crazy tourist. After about 20 minutes, the others emerged from the tower, looking worried. "What the hell, man?" Tim shouted. "We waited for you. We had to come looking." "Did you see her?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "See who?" "The woman from the mirror." They exchanged looks, the kind people give when they think someone's lost it. "There was no woman," Anna said gently, "and no mirror. We followed your path to that floor. There was nothing there but empty rooms and construction debris." I tried to explain what I'd seen, what I'd experienced, the finished room, the lamp, the mirror, the woman coming through the glass. The more I talked, the more I saw the disbelief in their eyes. Later, back at the hostel, I researched the building's history. I found scattered reports about a female construction worker who died in an accident when the tower was being built. Some accounts said she fell down an elevator shaft, others that she was crushed by falling materials. The details varied, but her existence seemed confirmed. Some locals believe she protects the building now, keeping away those who would disturb its silence. Others say she's angry, trapped between worlds because the building was never completed, never blessed properly according to Thai traditions. I don't know what the truth is. I just know what I saw, what I felt. The others from my group still think I panicked in the darkness, that my mind played tricks on me. Maybe they're right. But since that night, I've had the same recurring dream. I'm standing in front of that mirror again. But this time, I'm on the other side. I'm inside the glass, looking out at the empty room, waiting for someone to approach so I can finally be free. I've cancelled the rest of my trip. I'm going home tomorrow. Some things you can't unsee, unexplain, or forget. And sometimes the ghosts you encounter aren't just in abandoned buildings. They follow you home, living in the corners of your mind, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. The woman in the mirror is waiting for me. I can feel her. Sometimes when I catch my reflection in a window or a mirror, just for a split second I see her face instead of mine. Those eyes filled with sorrow and rage. I don't know what she wants from me. I don't know why she chose me. But I know one thing for certain. Sathorn Unique Tower isn't just a building. It's a doorway. And I'm terrified that I didn't close it properly when I ran. Story 8. It's been 3 weeks, and I still can't sleep properly. Every time I close my eyes, I see those empty spaces where eyes should be. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories or urban legends, but after what happened on Jayuro Road, I don't know what to believe anymore. I should probably introduce myself. My name is Minho, 32, and I work for a tech company in Paju. My job requires occasional trips to Seoul for meetings with clients and partners. Nothing exciting, just the usual business stuff. Presentations, discussions about specifications, timelines, all that boring corporate talk. That night, I had a meeting that ran late in Seoul. It was around 10 p.m. when I finally got into my car to head back to Paju. I remember checking the weather app on my phone before leaving. It showed fog warnings for Jayuro Road, but I wasn't too concerned. I'd driven that route countless times before, in all kinds of weather. For those who don't know, Jayuro is this long stretch of highway connecting Seoul to the northern regions. It cuts through some pretty isolated areas, and there are lots of stories about it being haunted. My friends have told me about the Jayuro ghost woman for years. Supposedly the spirit of a woman who died in an accident there decades ago. She appears to drivers at night, especially in fog, and, well, I always laughed it off. Ghost stories are for kids and tourists, right? The first part of my drive was normal. Traffic was light, and I was listening to a business podcast to stay awake. I remember thinking about stopping for coffee, but decided against it. I just wanted to get home and sleep in my own bed. About halfway through my journey, around the most isolated stretch of Jayuro, the fog started getting really thick. I mean really thick, like driving through a cloud. I slowed down to maybe 30 mph because visibility was terrible. My headlights barely cut through 15 feet ahead of me, and the yellow line on the road kept disappearing and reappearing in the mist. That's when the first weird thing happened. My podcast suddenly cut out mid-sentence, and the radio came on by itself. It was playing this old Korean folk song, the kind my grandmother used to hum. The melody was eerily slow, almost distorted. I tried changing the station, but it wouldn't switch. I pressed the power button, but the music continued. I even unplugged my phone, thinking maybe it was some glitch with the Bluetooth, but nothing changed. I'm pretty tech-savvy. It's literally my job, so a malfunctioning radio was more annoying than scary. I figured the fog was interfering with the signal somehow. I tried to ignore it and focus on the road. Then I saw her. Right in the middle of my lane, maybe 30 feet ahead, just standing there, a woman in what looked like a white dress or maybe a long shirt. Even through the fog, I could see her long black hair flowing around her face, which was weird because I had my windows up and there wasn't any wind that night. I slammed on my brakes and swerved hard to avoid hitting her. My car skidded sideways and came to a stop on the shoulder. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat there for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to process what just happened. My first thought was that I nearly hit someone, a real person, who might be injured or disoriented in the fog. Maybe someone whose car had broken down. Despite the adrenaline and fear, I felt I needed to check if she was okay. I turned on my hazard lights and stepped out of the car. The fog felt unnaturally cold and damp against my skin. It was dead silent, except for the distant sound of occasional cars passing on the highway and that weird music still playing from my car radio. "Hello!" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the thick air. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" I walked back toward where I'd seen her, my phone flashlight cutting a weak beam through the mist. And there she was, still standing in the same spot, facing away from me. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white hanbok, the traditional Korean dress. Her hair was long and black, reaching almost to her waist. "Miss, are you all right? It's dangerous to stand on the highway like this," I said, approaching cautiously. She slowly turned around. At first glance, she looked normal, just a woman in her 20s or 30s. But as my flashlight beam hit her face, I noticed she was wearing large, round sunglasses. At night, in dense fog, something felt very wrong. My skin started to crawl, but I was still thinking rationally. Maybe she was injured or disoriented. Do you need medical help? I can call an ambulance, I offered, keeping my distance but trying to be helpful. She tilted her head slightly, like she was studying me. Then she took a step forward. I instinctively took a step back. Can you help me? She asked in a voice that sounded off. It was soft but had this strange echo to it, like she was speaking both right in front of me and from very far away at the same time. That's when I noticed something about her sunglasses. They weren't reflecting my flashlight beam. In fact, they seemed to be absorbing the light, creating these perfect black circles on her face where eyes should be visible behind the lenses. I raised my flashlight higher to get a better look, and that's when I realized they weren't sunglasses at all. Where her eyes should have been, there were just empty sockets, deep, impossibly black voids that seemed to go on forever. Not just dark like shadows, but a complete absence of light, like looking into holes punched through reality itself. I froze. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the asphalt. She took another step toward me. "Help me find my way home," she whispered, her mouth barely moving. The words seemed to float through the fog rather than coming from her lips. That broke my paralysis. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, then turned and ran to my car as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I practically dove inside, locked all the doors, and started the engine. As I was about to drive away, I looked in my rearview mirror. She was standing directly behind my car, those black voids where her eyes should be somehow fixed on me. The radio, which had been playing that creepy folk song, suddenly went silent. I floored the accelerator, the tires spinning on the damp road before catching grip. The car lurched forward, and I didn't look back again until I'd gone at least a mile. When I finally checked the mirror again, the road behind me was empty. For the rest of the drive home, about 25 minutes, I kept the car at nearly 70 mph despite the fog. I was shaking uncontrollably, constantly checking my mirrors and jumping at every shadow. The radio remained silent, and I didn't dare try to turn it back on. When I finally reached my apartment in Paju, I sat in the parking lot for almost 10 minutes before I felt able to get out of the car. I sprinted to the building entrance, fumbled with my key card, and took the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. Don't ask me why. Elevators just felt like confined spaces where something could be waiting. Inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked all the windows and the balcony door too. I even looked under my bed and in all the closets like a scared kid. I tried calling a friend, but it was after midnight, and I didn't want to sound crazy. What would I even say? "Hey, I just saw the Jayuro ghost woman and she had no eyes." I couldn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, jumping at every noise from the hallway or outside. Around 4 a.m., I must have dozed off from pure exhaustion because I woke up to sunlight streaming through my windows. In the daylight, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a woman with severe facial injuries who needed help, and my tired mind had exaggerated the details. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. But neither explanation felt right. That emptiness where her eyes should have been, it wasn't something my mind could have invented. I called in sick to work that day and the next. When I finally went back, I took a much longer route that avoided Jayuro Road entirely. It adds almost an hour to my commute when I go to Seoul now, but I don't care. The worst part is that I keep seeing her in my dreams. Sometimes she's standing at the foot of my bed when I wake up in the middle of the night, but she disappears when I turn on the light. Sometimes I hear that folk song playing faintly from my speakers, even when they're unplugged or turned off. Last week I was brushing my teeth before bed, and for a split second in the mirror, I thought I saw those empty black voids where my own eyes should be. I screamed and dropped my toothbrush, blinking frantically until my normal reflection returned. I've researched the Jayuro ghost since then. There are dozens of accounts online from drivers who claim to have seen a woman in white on that road, especially in fog or rain. Most just glimpsed her from their cars, but a few descriptions match what I saw, particularly about the eyes. One account from 1998 said the woman asked for help finding her way home. The driver, like me, noticed her sunglasses were actually empty eye sockets. Unlike me, he offered her a ride. His post ended there, and according to replies, no one ever heard from him again. I don't know what I saw on Jayuro Road that night. I don't know if she was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. But I know she was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. And I know those empty voids where her eyes should have been were looking into something deeper than just my face. I've moved apartments since then, changed my phone number too. I even sold my car and bought a different model, but sometimes, when I'm driving at night and fog starts to roll in, I swear I can see a white figure standing in the road ahead, just at the edge of my headlights. And sometimes, just for a moment, my radio will start playing that same folk song before I frantically change the station. If you're ever driving on Jayuro Road at night, especially when it's foggy, please just take another route. And if you see a woman in white standing in the middle of the road, don't stop, don't get out of your car, don't offer to help her find her way home, because I don't think she's looking for her home at all. I think she's looking for yours. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face in my rearview mirror. I've been driving taxis in Taipei for almost 15 years now, and you hear all sorts of stories in this line of work. Ghost passengers, phantom hitchhikers. I always laughed them off as urban legends taxi drivers tell to pass the time during slow shifts. I'm not laughing anymore. It happened last month during that massive storm system that hit the city. April in Taipei can be wet, but this was something else. I remember the rain was coming down so hard it sounded like someone was throwing buckets of water at my windshield. The wipers could barely keep up, and visibility was maybe 10 feet at best. It was almost midnight, and I was thinking about calling it quits early. Most people had the sense to stay home, and I'd only had a handful of fares all evening. I was driving along Binjiang Street, that stretch that runs near Sihui Tunnel, when my dispatch radio crackled. There was a pickup requested near the tunnel entrance. I almost ignored it. That area gets pretty desolate at night, especially in weather like this. But business was slow and I needed the money. My wife has been on my case about our savings, and my daughter's university tuition isn't going to pay itself. So I flipped on my on-duty light and headed toward the tunnel. The rain was hammering down even harder now, and the road was starting to flood in spots. I remember thinking, what kind of person is out in this weather at this hour? As I approached the pickup spot, I almost missed her. She was standing just beyond the tunnel exit, no umbrella, just standing there in the downpour. My headlights caught her and I pulled over. She couldn't have been more than 25, wearing a simple white blouse and dark skirt, totally soaked through. Her hair was plastered to her face and she was shivering. Not running from the rain, not seeking shelter, just standing there, staring straight ahead. Something felt off right away, but I figured she might be in shock or something. Maybe her car broke down. I rolled down my window just enough to call out, "Miss, did you call for a taxi?" She didn't respond at first, just slowly turned toward me. Her face was pale, really pale, which I assumed was from the cold rain. After a moment, she nodded slightly and approached the car. When she opened the back door, I got hit with this blast of cold air. Much colder than the rainy night outside should have been. I remember the hair on my arms standing up, but I brushed it off. AC was probably blasting too high. "Where to?" I asked, watching her in the rear view. She took a long time to answer, still shivering, water dripping everywhere. "Yangming District," she finally said, her voice barely audible over the rain, "near the old temple." Her voice was strange, hollow, but somehow melodic. I punched it into my GPS and started driving. Usually I chat with passengers. It's part of the job. Keeps me awake during night shifts. But something told me to stay quiet. The only sound in the cab was the rain hammering on the roof and her clothes dripping on my back seat. My heater was cranked to max, but it felt like the temperature kept dropping. I kept glancing at her in the mirror. She never moved, just stared out the window, completely still. Her reflection in the glass was, I don't know how to describe it, almost transparent at times, like when condensation fogs a mirror and you can barely make out your own face. I told myself it was just the rain on the windows playing tricks with the light. Something else was weird. She wasn't on her phone. Everyone's on their phone these days, especially younger people. But she just sat there, completely motionless, staring out at the passing lights through the rain-streaked window. No checking messages, no scrolling social media, nothing. The drive to Yangming took about 40 minutes in that weather. Not once did she speak, cough, shift in her seat, or do anything normal passengers do. The whole time, my taxi felt like a refrigerator, despite the heater running full blast. I kept rubbing my hands together, but couldn't shake the cold. Finally, we turned onto a narrow street lined with old houses, the kind built in the 50s and 60s, before Taipei's big modernization push. She leaned forward slightly, the first movement she'd made the entire trip, and pointed to a house set back from the road. It was old, paint peeling, clearly not maintained like its neighbors. No lights were on inside. "Here," she whispered. I pulled over and hit the meter. The fare came to 450 NT dollars, about $15 USD. She looked at the meter, then at me. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice clearer now, but still so soft. "I left my purse at work today. Could you wait here while I get money from inside?" "I won't be long." Every instinct told me to refuse, to tell her to forget the fare and just let me leave. But something in her eyes, this deep sadness, made me nod against my better judgment. "5 minutes," I said. She gave me the smallest smile and stepped out of the taxi. I watched her walk slowly toward the house, her wet clothes still dripping, her movements stiff. She didn't run to escape the rain, which was still pouring down. She just walked at that same measured pace until she reached the front door, opened it without knocking or using keys, and disappeared inside. The moment she left my cab, the temperature seemed to normalize. My heater finally started warming the space. I checked the time, 12:47 a.m., and waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. At 15 minutes, I started getting annoyed. At 20, I was debating between cutting my losses and leaving, or going to knock on the door. Eventually, I decided to knock. The rain had finally let up a bit, so I jogged to the front door, trying not to get too wet. The house looked even more run down up close. The windows were grimy, and some of the wooden siding was rotting. I knocked harder than I meant to. After a long moment, I heard shuffling inside. The door creaked open, and an elderly man peered out. He had to be in his 80s, with thinning white hair and deeply lined face. He wore old-fashioned pajamas and looked like I'd woken him. "I'm sorry to disturb you, sir," I said. "I'm the taxi driver. You're—" I hesitated, realizing I didn't know her relationship to him. The young woman I dropped off said she was getting money for the fare. "It's been 20 minutes. The old man's expression changed immediately, not to anger or confusion, but to this profound sadness that made my stomach drop. He stared at me for what felt like forever, his eyes filling with tears. "She came home again," he whispered, more to himself than to me. Then he disappeared into the dark house for a moment, returning with a worn wallet. He counted out 500 NT dollars. "Keep the change," he said, pressing the money into my hand. His fingers were ice cold. "Sir, I don't understand. Where is she? I need to make sure she's okay." The old man sighed, a sound so heavy with grief it made my chest hurt. "My daughter died 12 years ago," he said, his voice breaking. Car accident, coming home from work. It was raining, just like tonight. He paused, looking past me toward my taxi. But every time it rains like this, around midnight, she comes home. Just like she promised she always would. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. I turned slowly to look back at my taxi, and there she was, a faint outline in the back seat, staring out the window, just as she had been during our drive. I must have made some kind of sound because the old man put his hand on my shoulder. Would you like to come in? He asked gently. My wife just made tea. You look like you could use some. I don't know why I said yes. Maybe shock, maybe curiosity, maybe the genuine kindness in that old man's invitation. Whatever the reason, I found myself stepping into that dark house. The inside was like a time capsule. Old furniture, faded photographs on the walls, everything meticulously clean but dated. A small altar sat in the corner of the living room with a large photograph of the young woman from my taxi. In the photo, she was smiling, full of life, wearing the exact same white blouse she had on tonight. Incense burned in front of the picture, alongside offerings of fruit and her favorite snacks, according to the old man, Mr. Lin, he told me his name was. His wife appeared from the kitchen, another elderly person with kind eyes and hands gnarled from arthritis. She didn't seem surprised to see me. When Mr. Lin explained why I was there, she just nodded and poured me tea. Mei Hua always worries about inconveniencing people, she said, speaking of her daughter in the present tense. Even now. They showed me more photos of their daughter. Mei Hua had been a kindergarten teacher, beloved by her students. She died at 23, driving home through Sihui Tunnel during a rainstorm similar to tonight's. A truck lost control, crossed the median, and hit her car head-on. She died instantly. The night before the accident, she promised she'd always come home to us, no matter what, Mrs. Lin said, her voice steady despite the tears rolling down her cheeks. We didn't understand what she meant then. According to the Lins, about a month after the funeral, on a night with heavy rain, taxi drivers started showing up at their door. Each one told the same story. They'd picked up a young woman near Sihui Tunnel who directed them to this address, then disappeared. It had been happening for 12 years now, always on particularly stormy nights. Most drivers just leave when they realize she's gone, Mr. Lin explained. But a few, like you, come to the door. I sat there, tea untouched, trying to process everything. Part of me wanted to believe this was an elaborate prank, or that the Lins were confused, grief-stricken parents. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew how cold my taxi had been. I knew the strange weightlessness I'd sensed when she sat in my back seat. And I could still see her silhouette in my taxi, visible through the window from where I sat. Mrs. Lin followed my gaze. She can't come in, she said softly. She never comes inside. She just waits. We think she's afraid of saying a final goodbye, or maybe she can't move on because she's keeping her promise to always come home. I must have stayed for an hour, listening to them tell stories about their daughter. They weren't crazy or exploiting their tragedy. They were just parents who lost their child and were given this strange, heartbreaking gift of seeing her return, even if they couldn't touch her or truly have her back. When I finally got up to leave, Mr. Lin walked me to the door. She'll be gone when you get back to your taxi, he said. She always disappears before the driver returns. I think she's embarrassed she can't pay the fare. I looked back at my taxi, and sure enough, the back seat was empty now. The cold feeling in my gut intensified. Why do you think she does this? I asked. Why not just appear at your house? Why the taxi ride? Mr. Lin smiled sadly. We've asked ourselves that for years. My wife thinks it's because Mei Hua wants to come home properly, the way she would have if she'd lived. Not just appearing, but making the journey. He shrugged. Or maybe she's just trying to get home the same way she was trying to that night, repeating the journey she never finished. I drove home in silence that night, meter off, rain still falling lightly. When I got home, I hugged my wife and daughter tighter than usual. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mei Hua's face in my rearview mirror. I've driven past Sihui Tunnel several times since then, always during daylight, always with a knot in my stomach. I haven't taken another fare near there at night. I don't know if I ever will. But sometimes, when I'm sitting in traffic and it starts to rain, I catch myself looking for her in the rearview mirror. I don't know why Mei Hua chose my taxi that night. I don't know if she's trapped in some kind of loop, or if she's choosing to keep her promise to always come home. All I know is that the Lins are still waiting for their daughter. And somewhere between Sihui Tunnel and that old house in Yangming, a young woman is still trying to make her way home. Story 10. I've been debating whether or not to share this for weeks now. Every time I try to type it out, my hands start shaking so bad I have to stop. But I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can make sense of what happened to me. I moved to Matsumoto about 8 months ago for work. I'm originally from Osaka, but I got a decent job offer at a tech company here and figured a change of scenery would do me good. Matsumoto is beautiful, surrounded by mountains, old architecture, much quieter than what I was used to. The first few months went by without incident. I settled into a small apartment about 20 minutes walking distance from my office, made a few work friends, and established a routine. One thing I noticed pretty quickly was how the locals would sometimes talk in hushed tones about the Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman. At first, I thought it was just one of those local legends every small town has. People would occasionally warn newcomers not to walk alone at night, especially during winter when it gets dark early. My co-worker Tanaka-san told me several versions of the story during lunch breaks. I just laughed it off. I'd heard similar urban legends growing up, and honestly, I thought it was kind of charming that people still believed in these old ghost stories. That was until last Tuesday. I had to stay late at work to finish a project. It wasn't anything unusual. I've pulled late nights plenty of times before. By the time I left the office, it was already past 11 p.m. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I remember pulling my jacket tighter around myself as I walked down the empty streets toward my apartment. Matsumoto gets eerily quiet at night. The streets empty out, shops close early, and you can go blocks without seeing another person. Usually I don't mind it. It's a refreshing change from the constant noise of Osaka. But that night, something felt different. The air felt heavy somehow, like something was pressing down on the entire town. I decided to take a shortcut through a narrow street lined with traditional buildings. The street lamps there are spaced pretty far apart, creating these pockets of darkness between circles of yellowish light. I remember checking my phone. It was 11:23 p.m. and thinking about what I'd make for dinner when I got home. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably just another person walking home late, but when I slowed down, the footsteps slowed too. When I sped up, they matched my pace. My chest tightened, but I told myself not to be paranoid. I'm a 28-year-old man, not some scared kid. I decided to turn around casually, as if I'd forgotten something, to get a look at whoever was following me. That's when I saw her. About 10 meters behind me stood a woman under one of the street lamps. She was tall, unusually tall for a Japanese woman, with long, straight black hair that hung down past her shoulders. She wore a beige trench coat that reached almost to her ankles, and her face was partially covered by a white surgical mask, not uncommon in Japan, especially during winter. What made me freeze was her eyes. Even from that distance, I could see they were fixed directly on me, unblinking and intense. I gave a small nod of acknowledgement, the way you do when passing a stranger at night, and turned to continue walking. But something made me stop. Maybe it was the way she stood so perfectly still, or how the light from the street lamp cast strange shadows across her face. Whatever it was, alarm bells were going off in my head. Then she started walking toward me. Her movements were fluid but somehow wrong, like each step was too precise, too measured. As she got closer, I noticed other details. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost porcelain-like. Her hands hung at her sides, long fingers extended. She stopped about 2 meters away from me, close enough that I could see her eyes clearly, dark and glassy, reflecting the street lamplight like polished stones. "Am I beautiful?" she asked softly. The question hit me like a bucket of ice water. Every story Tanaka-san had told me came flooding back. According to legend, the Kuchisake Onna approaches people at night and asks this exact question. If you say no, she kills you on the spot. If you say yes, she removes her mask to reveal her horribly slit mouth, extending from ear to ear, and asks, "How about now?" No matter what you answer next, you end up dead. I stood there, frozen in place. My rational mind was screaming that this had to be a prank, someone who knew the legend trying to scare me, but nothing about her felt human. The way she stood so perfectly still, barely seeming to breathe, the unnatural stillness of her eyes, the cold that seemed to radiate from her, making the air around us drop several degrees. "Am I beautiful?" she repeated, her voice slightly more insistent. I remembered something else Tanaka-san had mentioned, not part of the traditional legend, but something his grandmother had told him. He said, if you ever encountered the Kuchisake Onna, you should give an ambiguous answer to confuse her, or throw candies at her to distract her while you escape. I didn't have any candy, but I did have my wits, barely. My mouth was so dry I could hardly speak, but I managed to force out words. "You look average." She tilted her head slightly, like a curious bird. The movement was too quick, too angular to be natural. For what felt like an eternity, she just stared at me. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, feel sweat freezing on the back of my neck despite the cold. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed her fingers twitching at her sides, long nails catching the light. "Average," she finally said, the word coming out like she was testing it, unsure of its meaning. I nodded, my whole body trembling but trying not to show it. "Yes, just average. Neither beautiful nor ugly. Just normal." Another long, excruciating silence followed. I was certain she would lunge at me any second or pull down her mask to reveal the horror underneath. I kept my eyes fixed on hers, afraid that looking away might trigger her somehow. Then, without warning, she simply turned around. Not the way a person would turn. It was too smooth, too continuous, like she pivoted on a central axis. She started walking away, back toward the street lamp where I'd first seen her. I remained frozen in place, afraid that running might draw her attention again. She moved at that same measured pace until she reached the edge of the circle of light cast by the street lamp. Then she just vanished. One step she was there, the next she was gone, as if she'd stepped through an invisible doorway. The streetlight flickered 3 times and then stabilized. I don't remember running home. One moment I was standing there, staring at the empty space where she'd disappeared, and the next I was fumbling with my keys at my apartment door, gasping for breath, my legs burning from exertion. I spent that night with all the lights on, huddled in the corner of my bedroom, jumping at every sound. I called in sick to work the next day, unable to bring myself to go outside. When I finally did venture out to get food, I took the longest, most well-lit route possible, constantly looking over my shoulder. It's been a week now. I've told a few people at work what happened, framing it as a weird encounter with a strange woman, leaving out my suspicions about who or what she really was. Most laughed it off. Tanaka-san didn't. He went pale when I described her and the question she asked. He made me promise to never walk home alone again and gave me a small pouch of salt to carry with me, just in case. Here's the thing that keeps me up at night. 2 days after my encounter, a local news report mentioned that a university student had been found dead in Matsumoto, his face horribly mutilated. The police are treating it as a random act of violence, but the location where they found him was less than a kilometer from where I met the woman. I can't help but wonder if he encountered her too, and if he did, what did he answer when she asked if she was beautiful? I've been researching the Kuchisake Onna legend obsessively since that night. Different regions have different versions of how to escape her. Some say you should throw candies or money to distract her. Others suggest answering her question with another question, or telling her you have an appointment and can't talk. The average response isn't mentioned in most accounts, but apparently it worked, at least for me. I'm planning to move back to Osaka as soon as my lease is up. I don't care about breaking my work contract. No job is worth this constant fear, the feeling that she might be waiting for me around any corner. Every night when I walk home, always with a colleague now, I scan every street lamp, every shadowy corner. I keep candies in my pocket and take the longest, most populated routes possible. I've started wearing a small omamori charm my mother sent me years ago that I'd never bothered to use before. But even with these precautions, I can't shake the feeling that our encounter isn't over. That maybe she let me go that night, not because I confused her, but because she's saving me for later. When I least expect it, I'll turn a corner and there she'll be, mask already removed, asking her second question. How about now? I don't know what I'll say then. I don't think there's any right answer. If you live in or visit Matsumoto, or any small Japanese town really, please be careful walking alone at night. If a tall woman with a surgical mask asks if she's beautiful, don't run. That will only make her angry. Don't say yes or no. Say she's average, or throw something to distract her, or tell her you're busy and late for an appointment. And whatever you do, don't look back when you walk away. I have this terrible feeling that if you look back, she'll be right behind you, mask already removed, mouth stretched into that horrible smile that extends from ear to ear. I don't know if what I encountered was really the Kuchisake Onna, or just some disturbed person who knows the legend. I don't know if I escaped because of quick thinking or just dumb luck. All I know is that I can't close my eyes without seeing her standing under that street lamp, her unnaturally still body, those dead eyes fixed on me, asking that terrible question. Yesterday, I was in a convenience store and saw a tall woman with long black hair at the end of an aisle. My heart nearly stopped until she turned around and I saw her face clearly. Just a normal woman, annoyed that I was staring at her. I apologized and hurried out, but it made me realize something. Even if I leave Matsumoto, I'll be looking for her everywhere I go. In every tall woman with a surgical mask. In every shadowy figure standing under a street lamp. In every reflection in my window at night. Maybe that's the real curse of the Kuchisake Onna. Not that she kills you, but that once you've seen her, you never stop seeing her. And you never stop wondering when she'll come back to finish what she started. Story 11. I've been living in this HDB flat in Tampines for nearly 3 years now. It's nothing fancy, just a standard 4-room flat on the 17th floor that I managed to get for a decent price. Singapore housing isn't cheap, and I count myself lucky to have found this place. I've always considered myself practical, not superstitious at all. That's something my ama would scold me for. Wei, you must respect the spirits. But I'd always laugh it off, until 2 weeks ago, that is. It started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had an important client meeting the next morning, and I needed a good night's sleep. Around 1 a.m., just as I was drifting off, I heard it, the distinct sound of something small and hard rolling across the ceiling above me. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Then silence. Then tuk, tuk again. At first, I thought nothing of it. Probably just the upstairs neighbors moving something. People keep all sorts of hours in Singapore, especially with how many work night shifts. I put my pillow over my head and eventually fell asleep. The next night it happened again. Same time, almost exactly. Tuk, tuk, tuk. But this time, it went on longer. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent. Like someone was rolling marbles across their floor, my ceiling. The sound would start in one corner of my bedroom, roll across, stop, then start again from another spot. By the third night, I was getting annoyed. The sound had become more elaborate. No longer just rolling, but also the unmistakable sound of marbles colliding with each other. Tuk, 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 clink. It was always the same pattern too, starting around 1 a.m. and continuing until about 3. I tried using earplugs, but somehow the sound penetrated through them. After a week of this, I was exhausted. Dark circles formed under my eyes, and my colleagues started asking if I was sick. I had tried playing white noise on my phone. I had tried sleeping on the couch in the living room, but the sounds followed me there too. Always marbles, always at night. That Sunday, I decided enough was enough. I had to speak to the neighbors upstairs. I'd never met them before. Typical Singapore HDB life, where you can live next to people for years and never exchange more than a nod in the elevator. I wasn't even sure who lived there. I thought maybe it was a family with kids, which would explain the marbles, though not why they'd be playing at 1 a.m. After psyching myself up with a coffee that evening, probably not the best idea, but I needed the boost, I walked up the stairwell to the 18th floor. The corridors in these HDBs always feel a bit eerie at night. Long stretches of identical doors, harsh fluorescent lighting that casts strange shadows, the distant sound of someone's TV through a wall. I found the flat directly above mine, 18457. I stood outside the door for a moment, rehearsing what I was going to say. I didn't want to come across as that angry neighbor, but I needed the marble rolling to stop. I raised my hand and knocked firmly. No answer. I waited a minute and knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I pressed my ear against the door. Silence. Not even the hum of an air conditioner or the murmur of voices. "Hello?" I called out, knocking once more. "Excuse me, I'm your downstairs neighbor." The silence was absolute. I was starting to feel awkward standing there, probably looking like an idiot to anyone who might walk by. Out of frustration, I tried the doorbell. The chime echoed inside, but no footsteps followed. That's when I noticed the small window beside the door, a feature in some of these older HDB flats. The curtain was partially open, and I could see a slice of the living room inside. I'm not proud of this, but I moved closer and peered in. The flat was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no pictures on the walls, not even light fixtures beyond the basic overhead bulb. A layer of dust coated the visible part of the floor. This wasn't a flat where people were living. It looked like it had been vacant for months. A chill ran through me despite the humid Singapore night. If no one lived upstairs, what was making those sounds? I stood there trying to make sense of it. Maybe the sounds were coming from somewhere else. Maybe from 2 floors up, and the acoustics just made it seem like it was directly overhead. I was about to head up to the 19th floor when I heard it. Tuk, tuk, tuk. The marble sound, right there in the empty flat. I froze, my hand still raised toward the window. The sound came again, clearer this time. Tuk, 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 clink. Then I heard something else, a soft giggle. I swear my heart stopped for a second. The sound didn't come from behind the door anymore. It seemed to come from right behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. There, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the corridor, was a young boy. He looked about 7 years old, wearing shorts and a faded T-shirt with some cartoon character I didn't recognize. He was playing with marbles, real glass ones that caught the fluorescent light as he rolled them across the concrete floor. Relief washed over me. Just a kid playing in the hallway. Maybe he lived nearby and liked to play outside his flat. It was a bit late for a child to be up, but who was I to judge other people's parenting? "Hi there," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "It's a bit late to be playing, isn't it?" The boy looked up at me. His eyes caught the light in a strange way, reflecting it back almost like a cat's would. He smiled. Not a normal kid's smile, but something a bit too wide, a bit too knowing. "Do you want to play?" he asked. His voice had an odd echo to it, like he was speaking from the bottom of a well. I felt that chill again, stronger this time. "Who are you? Where are your parents?" He didn't answer my question. Instead, he went back to his marbles, rolling them in complex patterns across the floor. Tuk, 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 clink, the exact sound I'd been hearing for nights. "I like to play at night," he said without looking up. "Everyone's asleep then. It's quieter." Something was very wrong. I can't explain it, but standing there in that corridor, I knew with absolute certainty that I wasn't talking to a normal child. "Which flat do you live in?" I asked, taking an involuntary step back. The boy looked up again, his smile unchanged. "I live here," he said simply, gesturing vaguely around him. "I've always lived here." My mouth went dry. "In this building? Which floor?" He laughed. Not a childish giggle, but something older, something that didn't match his appearance. "All the floors, none of the floors. I go where I want." I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 2 weeks ago, I'd have thought they were making it up, or that they'd dreamed it. But I was wide awake, standing in that harshly lit corridor, talking to a boy who shouldn't be there. "I have to go," I said, backing away further. The boy's smile faded slightly. "But don't you want to play? Everyone used to play with me before." "Before what?" The question slipped out before I could stop myself. He tilted his head, considering me. "Before they forgot me." I didn't wait for more. I turned and walked quickly toward the stairwell, fighting the urge to run. I could feel his eyes on my back. Just as I reached the stairs, I heard the marble sound again. Tuck, 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 followed by that same hollow laugh. I practically flew down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key into the lock of my own flat. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing hard. What had just happened? Had I actually seen a... No. I couldn't even think the word. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe the kid was real, and he was just messing with me. Maybe I was more sleep-deprived than I thought and had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. And it explained why the flat above was empty, while the sounds continued night after night. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak of the building. Around 1 a.m., right on schedule, the marble sounds started again. Tuk, 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 clink. But now they seemed to be coming from everywhere. Above me, the walls, sometimes even from right beside me on the floor. The next day, I went to the management office for our HDB block. The elderly auntie at the desk looked up at me with bored eyes when I asked about the flat above mine. "Unit 18457? Empty for long time already," she said, checking her computer. "Previous tenant move out almost 1 year ago." I hesitated before asking my next question. Has anyone ever reported anything strange about that unit?" She looked at me sharply. "Strange how?" "I don't know. Unusual noises. Problems with the flat?" The auntie's expression changed. She glanced around as if making sure no one else could hear us, then leaned forward. "That block got history," she said in a lower voice. "Many years ago, before you move in, there was accident." My stomach tightened. What kind of accident? Young boy, 7 years old. He was playing in corridor, fell down stairwell. She made a falling motion with her hand. 17 floors. Parents very sad. They move away after. 17 floors. The exact height of my flat. Which floor did they live on? I asked, already knowing the answer. 18, just above your flat now. I thanked her and left, my mind racing. That night, I did something I'd never done before. I called my Ahma. I'd always dismissed her superstitious beliefs, her offerings to ancestors, her insistence on certain rituals. But now I listened as she explained what I needed to do. The next day, I bought the items she recommended. Joss sticks, specific offerings, a small toy marble. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I followed her instructions, setting everything up on a small table near my front door. You must speak to him with respect, she had told me. Tell him you understand he wants to play, but he must find peace. That night, after completing the ritual, I sat in my darkened living room and waited. At exactly 1 a.m., the marble sounds began. Tuk, tuk, tuk. I know you're there, I said aloud, my voice shaking slightly. I know what happened to you. I'm sorry about that, but you need to find peace. The marble sounds stopped abruptly. I've left you something by the door, I continued. It's yours if you want it. But please, I need to sleep. We can share this building, but I need quiet at night. For several long moments, there was silence. Then so faintly I almost missed it, I heard a child's voice. Thank you for playing with me. The marble I'd left as an offering was gone the next morning, and for the first time in 2 weeks, I slept through the night without being awakened by the sound of marbles. That was 5 days ago. The marble sounds haven't stopped completely. I still hear them occasionally, but they're fainter now, and they stop by midnight. Sometimes when I'm alone in my flat, I feel like someone's watching me, but not in a threatening way. More like a child curious about what adults do. I've started researching the history of this HDB block. The auntie was right. A boy did die here in 2007, falling from the 18th floor. His name was Ah Beng, and according to old news articles, he was known for always playing with his marbles in the corridors, despite his parents' warnings about being careful near the stairwell. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts. Maybe there's some rational explanation for everything that's happened. Maybe the power of suggestion made me imagine that boy in the corridor. Maybe the marble sounds are just pipes or the building settling. But last night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a quiet tuk-tuk-tuk from somewhere in my flat. When I opened my eyes, a single glass marble sat on my bedside table. One I know I never bought. It caught the moonlight filtering through my curtains, glinting with colors no modern marble would have. I left it there. It seems like the respectful thing to do. Story 12. I still have a hard time talking about what happened that Christmas. I honestly don't think I would be sharing this if my cousin Jake hadn't called me last week, completely shaken up. It opened old wounds I thought had healed over, or more accurately, memories I'd somehow buried so deep I actually forgot they existed. It was December 23rd, 2011. My whole family was gathered at my uncle's church in Greystone Village for our annual Christmas party. I was 13 at the time, and my cousins Jake and Ethan were 14 and 12. The church had been abandoned as an actual place of worship years before, but my uncle had purchased the property as an investment, using parts of it for community events, while waiting for the right time to renovate or sell. From the outside, it looked like a typical old stone church. Gothic arches, weathered grey stone, a small bell tower. But the inside, that's where things got weird. Over the years, the building had been modified so many times by different owners that it had become this labyrinth of hallways, random rooms and staircases that sometimes led nowhere. Half the building was this bizarre mix of old church architecture with newer office spaces and what seemed like apartment units crammed into places they shouldn't be. That night, While the adults were busy with their eggnog and small talk in the main hall, the former sanctuary, us kids were bored out of our minds. After about an hour of sitting around watching the grown-ups, Jake suggested we explore the building. "My dad says there are parts of this place even he hasn't been in yet," Jake whispered to me and Ethan. "Want to check it out?" We didn't need much convincing. The three of us slipped away while the adults were distracted. We started with the areas we knew were safe. The former classrooms that now served as storage, the old pastor's office, the small kitchen. But then Jake pulled out a set of keys he'd swiped from his dad's jacket. "These open pretty much everything," he grinned. "Let's see what's downstairs." The basement level was already creepy enough with the lights on. The floor was cold concrete, the walls were exposed brick and stone, and pipes ran along the ceiling. But what made it really strange was how the space had been divided. There were hallways that bent at odd angles, rooms that seemed too small to serve any purpose, and doors that opened to reveal brick walls. It was like whoever had designed the place had no concept of logical space. "My dad says this place used to be connected to other buildings back in the 1800s, Jake explained as we wandered deeper. "They just sealed off the connections instead of redesigning everything." We found our way through a narrow corridor that I swear got tighter as we moved along it. It opened into what looked like it used to be an apartment. There was a kitchenette with ancient cabinets, a small living area, and two doors leading to what I assumed were bedrooms or a bathroom. "Who would live down here?" I asked, my voice sounding strangely flat in the dead air. "Probably the caretaker or something," Ethan suggested, running his finger through the thick dust on a countertop. The first door led to a tiny bathroom with a shower that had rust stains so deep I couldn't tell what color the tub had originally been. The second door was locked. Jake tried several keys before finding one that worked. I'll never forget the sound of that lock turning, a heavy metallic click that seemed to echo even though the air was dense and still. The door swung open to reveal a room about 10 feet square. It was completely empty. No furniture, no fixtures, nothing on the walls. Just bare concrete floor and yellowed plaster walls. "Weird," Jake said, stepping inside. "Why would they lock an empty room?" I followed him in and immediately felt cold. Not just the normal basement cold, but a deep chill that seemed to come from inside my bones. I rubbed my arms, trying to warm up. "Do you guys feel that?" I asked. "Feel what?" Ethan replied, but I noticed he was hugging himself too. Jake was examining the far wall, running his hands along it. "There's something off about this," he muttered. He pressed against one section, and to our shock, a portion of the wall moved slightly. "Holy crap," Ethan whispered. "It's a hidden door." Jake pushed harder, and a section of the wall about 3 feet wide swung inward, revealing another small room behind it. This one was even emptier than the first, just bare concrete all around, no windows, and what looked like water damage on one wall. "This is so weird," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why would someone hide an empty room behind another empty room?" Jake stepped inside and we followed. The air in this hidden space was even colder, and it had a strange smell, like old paper and something metallic. "Guys," Jake said suddenly, pointing to the right wall, "there's another door there." Sure enough, there was a door set into the wall, but this one was different. It had a small window in it, about eye level for an adult, which meant we had to stretch to see through it. "I can't see anything," Ethan complained, standing on his tiptoes. "Here," Jake said, dragging over an old metal folding chair that had been tucked in the corner of the first room. I hadn't even noticed it before. "We can take turns looking." Jake went first. He climbed onto the chair, peered through the window, and stayed there for what felt like a full minute. When he came down, his face was pale. "What?" I asked. "What's in there?" Jake just shook his head. "Look for yourself," he said, his voice oddly flat. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I climbed onto the chair, which wobbled slightly under my weight, and pressed my face to the small, dirty window. At first, I couldn't see much. The room beyond was dark, with just enough ambient light filtering in from somewhere to make out basic shapes. It was another empty room, slightly larger than the one we were in. But as my eyes adjusted, I noticed something standing in the far corner. It was a person. At least, it looked like a person, nude with pale skin, standing completely still, facing the corner. Their hands were covering their face, and their back was to me. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, just a thin, humanoid figure with prominent spine and shoulder blades. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I knew I should get down, should tell the others we needed to leave, but I couldn't move. I just kept staring, waiting for the figure to move or turn around. It didn't. It just stood there, perfectly still, like a statue. I don't know how long I would have stayed there if Ethan hadn't gotten impatient. "Come on, Thomas, let me see," he whined, pulling at my leg. I finally managed to tear myself away and climb down, my legs shaky. There's someone in there," I whispered. "I know," Jake said, his eyes wide. "What do you mean, someone?" Ethan demanded, already climbing onto the chair. He was only up there for about 10 seconds before he nearly fell off in his hurry to get down. "Its face," he gasped, backing away from the door. "I saw its face." "What?" Jake and I both said at once. "It turned around," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "Just for a second. Its face is all grey, and it has these huge dark circles around its eyes, like so dark it looks like it doesn't have eyes at all." I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. Did it see you?" I asked. Ethan shook his head frantically. "I don't think so. It just turned and then went back to facing the wall. But guys, we need to get out of here now." None of us argued. We left the hidden room, closed the fake wall, locked the outer door, and practically ran back upstairs to the party. We didn't speak about what we'd seen, not that night, not on the drive home, not during Christmas the next day or any day after. But that wasn't the end of it. My uncle hosted several more events at the church over the next couple of years, and each time I found myself drawn back to that basement area. I never went alone, always made sure Jake or Ethan was with me. But we never went into the room again. We just walked past the locked door, and every time I'd get this overwhelming sensation that there was something on the other side, watching us through the solid wood. Jake felt it too. "It knows we saw it," he whispered once as we hurried past. By the time I was 16, my uncle had finally sold the church building, and our family events moved elsewhere. Gradually, the memory of what we'd seen faded, but not in the normal way memories fade. It was like my brain actively worked to erase it, to the point where I honestly forgot about the whole incident, until last week when I got a call from Jake out of the blue. We hadn't talked much in recent years, just the usual family gathering small talk. But his voice on the phone was urgent, strained. "Thomas, do you remember that Christmas at my dad's church when we were kids?" As soon as he mentioned it, everything came flooding back with terrifying clarity. The hidden room, the figure in the corner, the feeling of being watched. "Jesus," I breathed. "I actually forgot about that. How did I forget about that?" "I did too," Jake said, his voice shaking. "Until yesterday, when I saw this documentary about abandoned buildings, and they showed this old church. It wasn't the same one, but something about it just triggered everything. Thomas, what did we see that night?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but Ethan saw its face." There was a long silence on the line. "I called Ethan first," Jake finally said. "He doesn't remember any of it. Says we never even went exploring that night. But I know we did. And when I described what we found, he hung up on me. Won't answer my calls now." I felt sick. How do you just forget something like that? And why am I remembering it now when I completely blocked it out for years? "I don't know," Jake said. But I keep thinking about that thing standing in the corner. Do you think it's still there, in that room? The building's probably been renovated by now, I said, trying to sound reasonable. That whole area's probably gone. Maybe. Jake didn't sound convinced. But what if it isn't? What if it's still standing there, waiting? What if it's been thinking about us all this time, just like we're thinking about it now? I didn't sleep at all last night. I keep seeing that figure in my mind, thin, pale, hands covering its face. And I keep wondering what would have happened if it had turned around while I was watching. Would I have seen what Ethan saw? Those dark, empty eye sockets in a grey face? Or would I have seen something worse? I've tried looking up the old church online to see what became of it. According to property records, it was converted into offices in 2016, but the basement level was condemned due to structural issues and sealed off. Sealed off, not demolished, not renovated, just closed up and left there, which means that room is probably still there, and maybe, just maybe, so is whatever was inside it. Sometimes I wonder if forgetting was some kind of protection, if our minds just couldn't handle what we saw and chose to lock it away. And now that the memory has resurfaced, I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop picturing that figure, slowly turning around, revealing a face with those deep, dark hollows where eyes should be. And I can't shake the feeling that somehow, by remembering it now, I've opened some kind of door, that it knows I'm thinking about it again, that it's thinking about me too. Story 13. 9. I've never been the type who believes in ghosts. My girlfriend Lauren teases me about how rational I am, always looking for the logical explanation behind everything. That's why what happened at my brother Brian's house last month has completely messed with my head. I can't explain it, and believe me, I've tried. Brian moved into this older ranch-style house in Oakdale about 2 years ago. It's your typical suburban neighborhood. Well-kept lawns, families walking dogs, the whole Norman Rockwell scene. Nothing about it screams haunted. But ever since he moved in, Brian's been telling these stories about weird stuff happening in the house. Lights turning on by themselves, footsteps upstairs when he's alone downstairs, doors closing without any breeze, the usual stuff people claim when they think their place has something supernatural going on. Lauren and I would exchange these looks whenever he'd start up with his ghost stories. We'd humor him, asking questions and acting interested. But afterward, we'd laugh about how dramatic he was being. "Your brother should write horror movies," Lauren would say. "I always figured he was just a little lonely living by himself and enjoyed having something mysterious to talk about when we visited. We try to visit at least once a month since he's only about an hour away." That particular weekend was nothing special, just our regular overnight stay. We arrived Friday evening around 6 p.m. and spent the night catching up, watching some basketball, having a few beers. Brian was in good spirits, and for once, he didn't mention anything weird happening in the house. Saturday was totally normal too. We went hiking at a nearby trail in the morning, grabbed lunch at this Mexican place Brian's obsessed with, then came back to the house to chill for a bit. As evening rolled around, we started getting hungry again. "I could pick up some pizza from that place we liked last time," Brian suggested, scrolling through his phone on the couch. Lauren shook her head. "I'm not really feeling pizza tonight." "How about that Chinese place down by the mall?" I offered. "The one with the amazing orange chicken." Both of them nodded, and Brian started looking for the menu in his kitchen drawer. "I think I'll pass, though," he said after finding it. "I'm feeling kind of tired from the hike. Would you guys mind picking it up? I'll Venmo you my share." "Sure, no problem," I said. It was around 7:30 p.m. by then, already dark outside since it was early February. Brian gave us his order, Kung Pao chicken with extra peanuts, the same thing he always gets, and Lauren and I headed out. The Chinese place was about 15 minutes away, and we figured, with ordering and waiting for the food, we'd be gone maybe 45 minutes total. As we were leaving, I remember Brian calling down from upstairs, Can you guys leave the lights on? I hate coming downstairs to a dark house. Got it, I called back, leaving on the living room lights and the one in the entryway. Brian had already gone upstairs to take a shower and probably watch something on his laptop like he usually does. The drive to the restaurant was uneventful. Lauren and I were talking about some show we'd been watching, debating what would happen in the next episode. The place was busier than expected for a Saturday night, so we ended up waiting about 25 minutes for our food after ordering. No big deal. We drove back to Brian's place, and I remember feeling hungry and just ready to relax for the rest of the evening. Lauren was driving, and I was holding the food bags on my lap, trying not to spill the soup. When we pulled into the driveway, the house looked exactly as we'd left it. Lights on in the living room and entryway, visible through the big front window that faces the street. Brian's house has this large picture window in the living room. You can see straight through it from the driveway, right into the main living area and to the staircase at the back of the room that leads upstairs. The curtains were open, which was normal. He rarely closes them since the house sits pretty far back from the street. Lauren was concentrating on parking. Brian's driveway is kind of narrow with these decorative rocks on either side that she's paranoid about hitting. I was looking ahead at the house, and that's when I saw him. Brian was standing at the bottom of the staircase, just standing there, not moving. He was wearing the same grey t-shirt and black sweatpants he had on before we left. His back was partially to the window, but I could see his profile clearly. What struck me as odd was how still he was. He wasn't on his phone, wasn't holding anything, wasn't making any movement whatsoever, just standing there facing the wall beside the staircase. "Looks like Brian's waiting for his food," I said to Lauren as she put the car in park. She was digging through her purse for something. "Brian's right there by the stairs," I said, nodding toward the window. But by the time she looked up, we were getting out of the car, and her view was blocked by the angle. We walked up to the front door, and I pulled out my key. Brian had given me a spare after he moved in, saying it was for emergencies, but really it's just convenient for weekends like this. I unlocked the door, and we stepped into the entryway. "Brian, food's here!" I called out, expecting him to walk over from the staircase, which was only about 15 feet from the front door, but he wasn't there. The spot where I'd just seen him standing was empty. "Brian?" Lauren called a little louder. From upstairs we heard his voice. "Be right down." I froze. I looked at Lauren, then back to the stairs, then back to her again. "Didn't you see Brian standing right here when we pulled up?" I asked, pointing to the bottom of the staircase. She shook her head. "No, I was trying to find my lip balm in my purse." "Why?" My stomach tightened. "Because I literally just saw him standing right here," I said, walking over to the exact spot where I'd seen him, like 10 seconds ago. He was standing right here, facing this wall. Lauren set the food bags down on the coffee table. "Maybe he ran upstairs real quick when he saw us pulling in." But that didn't make sense. There hadn't been enough time. I'd seen him standing there as we parked, and then we immediately got out of the car and came inside. Maybe 5 seconds had passed. Even if he'd sprinted up the stairs the moment we pulled in, we would have heard his footsteps, seen him moving. Before I could say anything else, we heard Brian's footsteps upstairs, and then he appeared at the top of the staircase. "Sweet, you guys are back," he said, coming down the stairs. He was wearing the same grey shirt and black sweatpants I'd seen him in through the window. "I'm starving." I must have been staring because he gave me a weird look as he reached the bottom of the stairs. "You okay, Alex?" he asked. I cleared my throat. "Yeah, were you just down here a minute ago? Like standing right where you are now?" Brian looked confused. "No, I've been upstairs since you guys left. Took a shower and then was watching YouTube in my room." He pointed up. "You can still hear the video playing if you listen." Sure enough, there was the faint sound of someone talking coming from his bedroom upstairs. "Why?" he asked, looking between Lauren and me. "What's up?" "It's just..." I swear I saw you standing right here when we pulled into the driveway, I said. Same clothes and everything. Brian's expression changed. Not scared exactly, but definitely unsettled. Dude, I was definitely upstairs. Haven't been down here since you guys left. Lauren jumped in, probably trying to ease the weird tension. Alex, you were probably just seeing things. It was dark outside, and maybe the light was playing tricks through the window. But it wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a shadow or a reflection. I had seen my brother standing there plain as day. I'd seen his profile, his stance, even the exact clothes he was wearing. We tried to shake it off and sat down to eat dinner, but there was this uncomfortable vibe now. Brian kept glancing over at the spot where I'd seen whatever I'd seen. After a few minutes of awkward silence, he spoke up. Remember all those weird things I've been telling you about happening in this house? The footsteps and doors closing? I nodded, not really wanting to hear where this was going. Well, about 3 weeks ago I was in the kitchen making breakfast, and I swear to God I saw someone walk past the doorway toward the living room. I thought it was a burglar or something, so I grabbed a knife and went to check. But there was no one there. All the doors were locked, windows closed. Lauren had stopped eating, her fork hovering midway to her mouth. And the weirdest part, Brian continued, is that for a split second I thought the person looked like me, like my same height and build, but I only caught a glimpse. A chill ran down my spine. I'm not exaggerating. It was a literal cold sensation that started at my neck and went all the way down my back. Why didn't you tell us this before? I asked. Brian shrugged. Because you guys always think I'm making this stuff up for attention or whatever. But I'm not, Alex. There's something not right about this house. We spent the rest of dinner talking about possible explanations. Lauren suggested carbon monoxide, which apparently can cause hallucinations, but Brian said he'd had detectors installed when he moved in and they'd never gone off. I considered that maybe there was someone who looked like Brian in the neighborhood who had somehow gotten into the house, but even as I said it, I knew how ridiculous it sounded. The rational part of my brain kept insisting there must be a logical explanation. Maybe Brian was playing a prank on us. Maybe he had actually been downstairs and was lying about being in his room the whole time. But why would he do that? And he seemed genuinely disturbed by what I'd told him. We tried to salvage the evening by watching a movie, but none of us were really paying attention. I kept looking over at that spot by the stairs, half expecting to see, I don't even know what. Brian seemed jumpy too, getting up multiple times to check something in other rooms. When we finally went to bed around midnight, Lauren fell asleep pretty quickly in the guest room, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of it. Here's the thing that keeps bothering me. I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow or a reflection or my imagination. It was Brian, or something that looked exactly like Brian, standing at the bottom of those stairs, completely motionless, staring at the wall. And in that moment when I first saw it, before any doubt crept in, I had absolutely no reason to question what I was seeing. It was just my brother, waiting for his food. We left the next morning earlier than planned. Brian tried to act normal, but I could tell he was freaked out too. As we were saying goodbye, he pulled me aside. "Alex, I believe you saw something," he said quietly. "I don't know what it was, but I'm thinking about moving." I didn't argue with him. It's been 4 weeks, and I still can't explain what happened that night. Brian's been staying with a friend more often than at his own place. Lauren thinks we all just worked ourselves up over nothing, but she didn't see what I saw. I've replayed that moment in my head 1,000 times, pulling into the driveway, looking through the window, seeing Brian standing there perfectly still, and then walking into the house to find he'd been upstairs the entire time. Who or what was standing at the bottom of those stairs, and why did it look exactly like my brother? I used to be so certain about the world and how it worked. Now I'm not sure of anything. All I know is that I saw something impossible that night, and no amount of rational thinking has been able to explain it away. Story 14. I still get goosebumps when I think about that house. It's been almost 15 years since we moved away, but sometimes I wake up sweating, thinking I'm back there. I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. We moved to Pinewood Hollow when I was 7. It was supposed to be our fresh start. At least that's what my parents kept saying. The house was at the very end of a half-finished road, the last one before everything just stopped and turned into overgrown weeds and empty land. During the day, it looked sad and forgotten. At night, it was like staring into a void. From the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt wrong. Not just new house jitters wrong, but fundamentally, deeply wrong. My stomach knotted up as Dad turned off the engine. Mum tried to be cheerful, pointing out the big yard and the extra bedroom my sister Lily and I wouldn't have to share, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. The first night I couldn't sleep. The house made these sounds, not normal settling noises, but deliberate ones, like someone was testing the floorboards, seeing which ones creaked. I pulled my blanket over my head and told myself it was just my imagination. It wasn't my imagination. Within weeks, things started happening. Small things at first. Items would disappear. Not like when you misplace something. They would vanish completely, only to reappear exactly where they should have been hours later, as if mocking us. Dad's reading glasses were the first. He tore the house apart looking for them, yelling at me and Lily, accusing us of hiding them. We were both crying by the time he stormed out to buy a new pair. The next morning, his old glasses were sitting on the nightstand, exactly where he always left them. Money was always tight for us, but in that house, it became suffocating. Dad kept losing jobs. Mom worked double shifts, but somehow we never got ahead. Bills piled up. The fighting got worse. They thought we couldn't hear them through the thin walls, but we heard everything. Sometimes I'd find Lily in my room in the middle of the night, crying silently. I'd make room for her in my bed, even though I was terrified too. I remember one particularly bad day when I was about 9. I'd stayed home from school with the flu. Mom had to work, so I was alone, curled up on the couch with blankets and ginger ale, watching cartoons to distract myself from how awful I felt. Around noon, I felt someone standing beside the couch. Without looking up, I mumbled, "Mom, I thought you were at work." No answer. When I turned to look, there was nobody there. But the space wasn't empty, if that makes any sense. I could feel a presence, like the air was denser where a person should be standing. I called out again, my voice cracking. The TV suddenly shut off, and I swear the temperature dropped 20 degrees. I was frozen, unable to move as I watched the indentation of what looked like footprints appear in the carpet, walking slowly toward my bedroom. I ran out of the house and sat on the front steps until Mom came home hours later. I never told her why. Lily had it worse. Her room was at the end of the hallway, closer to the part of the house that always felt coldest. One night when she was 12 and I was 10, she came running into my room, her face pale and her hands shaking. "Jamie," she whispered, "something's in my room." I wanted to be brave for my little sister, so I grabbed my baseball bat and we crept down the hall. Her door was closed, even though she always left it open. When I pushed it open, her yellow, smiley face ball rolled out into the hallway. Then came the cockroaches, not just a few, but dozens of them, skittering out after the ball. Lily screamed. I raised the bat, not knowing what to do, when I saw it. A shadow that wasn't cast by anything, moving along the wall. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, more like a hunched figure with elongated limbs. It paused, seemingly aware we were watching, then melted into the darkness of the room. We both slept in the living room that night. Dad found us there in the morning and yelled about the mess of blankets. When we told him what happened, He checked Lily's room and found nothing. No cockroaches, no shadow, nothing out of place. He accused us of making it up for attention. Mum just looked tired. The worst part about living in that house wasn't the strange occurrences. It was how they changed my family. Dad became angrier, drinking more than he used to. Mum grew distant and sad. Lily stopped talking for almost 3 months when she was 11. And me? I lived in constant fear, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for footsteps when I should have been alone. Our neighborhood was strangely quiet, too. We had neighbors, but they kept to themselves. Most houses had for sale signs that never seemed to go away. The few kids around weren't allowed to play outside after dark. No one ever explained why. There was this old woman who would appear at the edge of the undeveloped land beyond our house. She wore colorful scarves and had more rings on her fingers than I could count. Mom called her the crazy fortune teller and told us to stay away from her. But sometimes, when I was in the backyard, she would see me watching and start chanting in a language I didn't understand. Once, she pointed directly at our house and made a spitting gesture before walking away into the tall grass. One day, when I was 12, she approached me at the edge of our yard. Before I could run inside, she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Her eyes were cloudy, like she had cataracts, but she stared right at me. "The house breathes," she said, her voice raspy. "It breathes in sorrow and breathes out decay. It's been waiting for a family like yours, fractured enough to slip between the cracks." I pulled away and ran inside, but her words stuck with me. That night, lying in bed, I could swear I felt the walls expanding and contracting, like the whole structure was inhaling and exhaling around us. For months after that encounter, I started noticing patterns. The strange occurrences intensified whenever my parents fought. It was like the house fed on our misery. The worse things got between them, the more active the house became. Doors would slam by themselves, the electricity would flicker, the tap water would run brown for hours, then clear up like nothing happened. Lily started having nightmares about what she called the yogi, a figure that would sit on her chest while she slept, making it impossible to breathe or move. "It's not really a person," she tried to explain. "It's like a heavy shadow that smells like the space under the house." She would wake up gasping for air, with small bruises on her shoulders and collarbone. I had my own recurring nightmare about being in the basement, a place I avoided as much as possible. In the dream, I would be standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring at the back wall where an outline of a door appeared, a door that didn't exist in real life. Something would be scratching at the other side, trying to get in. Just as the outline began to open, I would wake up. One day when I was 13, I worked up the courage to go into the basement while Dad was at work and Mom was shopping. I needed to see for myself if that door existed. The basement was cold and damp as always, with that weird smell like wet earth and something metallic. I walked straight to the back wall from my dreams, my flashlight beam bouncing off the concrete. There was no door, just as I expected. But as I got closer, I noticed something odd, a rectangular section where the concrete looked slightly newer, a different shade of grey than the surrounding wall. I pressed my hand against it and immediately regretted it. The wall was warm, almost hot, and I swear I felt a slight vibration, like something pulsing on the other side. As I stood there, frozen, the single bare bulb lighting the basement flickered and went out. In the darkness, I heard a soft scratching sound coming from inside the wall, then whispers, not one voice but many, overlapping in words I couldn't understand but somehow knew were terrible. My flashlight died next, leaving me in complete darkness. I've never moved so fast in my life. I scrambled up those basement stairs, tripping and skinning my knees, but not stopping until I was outside in the sunlight, gasping for air. That night, things escalated beyond anything we'd experienced before. It started with all the faucets turning on simultaneously. Dad shouted about water pressure and went around shutting them off, only to have them turn back on as soon as he left each room. Then the TV started changing channels rapidly, the volume rising to a painful level before shutting off completely. The lights followed, blinking in a pattern that seemed almost like code. Lily's smiley face ball appeared again, rolling into the living room where we were all huddled. It moved against gravity, rolling uphill across the tilted floor, stopping at my father's feet. When he picked it up, it was ice cold and left a smear of something dark on his hand. Mum started crying, really losing it for the first time. "I can't do this anymore," she kept saying. "I can't live here anymore." Dad looked at her, then at Lily and me huddled together on the couch, and something changed in his face. It was like he finally saw how terrified we all were, how broken we'd become. He nodded once and said, "We'll leave. Tomorrow. I don't care about the mortgage or the money. We're done here." That was the longest night of my life. None of us slept. We stayed together in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan of the house, which seemed angrier than ever. The temperature kept changing. One minute we were shivering, the next sweating. The walls seemed to pulse around us. At one point, I swear I saw handprints appear on the window from the inside, pressing outward. Just before dawn, when the first grey light appeared, there was a final, violent episode. Every cabinet in the kitchen flew open at once, dishes shattering on the floor. A long, sustained moan echoed through the house. Not from any specific direction, but from everywhere at once, like the house itself was wailing. Then silence. Complete, absolute silence. We packed our essentials in record time and were gone before noon, moving in with my aunt 2 towns over until we could figure out our next steps. Dad called the bank and told them they could have the house. He wasn't making another payment or ever setting foot in it again. Here's the strangest part. Almost immediately after leaving, our lives improved. It was like escaping from under a dark cloud. Dad found a stable job within weeks. Mum seemed younger, less weighed down. Lily started talking more, making friends at her new school. The constant fighting stopped. The financial pressure eased. And the fear, that constant gnawing fear, finally began to fade. Sometimes I look up Pinewood Hollow online. The house stood empty for years before finally being demolished. The street was never completed. Recent satellite images show the lot overgrown, reclaimed by nature. I wonder if whatever lived in that house is still there, waiting beneath the wild grass and weeds, or if it moved on to find another family, another home to haunt. I still can't explain what happened to us during those 6 years. All I know is that it was real. It nearly destroyed us, and sometimes, late at night, I still hear those whispers from the basement wall when I'm on the edge of sleep. And I wonder, was it the house that was evil? Or was there something in our family that it recognized and latched onto? Something broken that it knew how to exploit? I may never know the answer, but I know what I experienced, even if no one believes me. That house was alive in some way, and it hated us. Story 15. I've always been a pretty level-headed guy. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Well, I didn't used to. But what's been happening in my apartment over the last month has seriously messed with my head, and I need to get this off my chest. I moved into Frostview Apartments about 6 months ago. It's one of those 1970s buildings that's been renovated just enough to justify the rent increase, but not enough to fix the actual problems. The heating is inconsistent, the pipes make weird noises, but it was affordable and close to work. Nothing seemed off during the first few months. Then about 4 weeks ago, I started noticing something strange when I'd go to bed. I'd be laying there, scrolling through my phone or reading, and I'd get this sudden feeling that my bedroom door was opening. Not like a draft or anything. I mean, the distinct sensation that someone had just opened the door and was standing there. Every time I'd look up, The door was closed, exactly how I'd left it. But the feeling was so real that I'd get up to check if anyone was there. Obviously, there never was. This happened maybe 3 to 4 nights that first week. I chalked it up to being overtired from working late shifts. I figured my brain was just playing tricks on me. But it kept happening, and it always took me ages to fall asleep afterward. The feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. Last week is when things got seriously messed up. I'm crazy particular about locking my doors at night. I double-check everything before bed. It's just a habit I've always had. My back door leads to a small balcony, and I have this special ALDRLP lock installed. It's this heavy-duty thing my dad insisted I get when I moved in. It's basically impossible for it to unlock itself or be blown open by wind or anything like that. So I locked up like normal on Tuesday night, checked everything twice like I always do, and went to bed around midnight. I woke up around 3:30 a.m. feeling absolutely freezing, like I could see my breath in my bedroom freezing. At first I thought the heating had broken again, but then I realized there was actual wind blowing through my apartment. I got up, grabbed my phone for light, and walked into my living room. The back door was wide open. Not just unlocked, fully open, swinging slightly in the wind. The temperature in my apartment had to be like 20 degrees. Everything was ice cold. The lock wasn't broken. There were no signs of forced entry. It was just open. I slammed it shut, locked it, and then wedged a chair under the handle. I checked every closet under my bed, behind the shower curtain, all the places you check when you're terrified someone's in your home. Nothing. I couldn't get back to sleep after that. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until morning, just staring at that door. I called maintenance the next day, and they just gave me the usual building settle BS. They checked the lock and said it was working perfectly. I know what I saw. That door was locked when I went to bed, and it physically cannot unlock itself, period. Then 2 nights later, I was playing Call of Duty with my buddy Kevin. We were on Discord, and we'd been playing for about an hour when he suddenly asked, "Who's that old guy that keeps calling your name?" I froze. "What are you talking about?" "In the background, there's some old dude that keeps saying Marcus really quietly. Is your dad there or something?" I was completely alone in my apartment. I told Kevin this, and he got really quiet. He said he'd heard someone saying my name at least 3 different times during our game. I hadn't heard anything, but after he mentioned it, I couldn't focus on the game anymore. We ended up logging off early, and I spent another night with all the lights on. The next day I started hearing it too. I'd be washing dishes or taking a shower, and I'd hear someone whisper Marcus from behind me. The first few times I spun around expecting to see someone there, but now I don't even bother looking. I know there won't be anyone. The really weird part is that it's not just happening in my apartment. The neighborhood dogs have started howling every night for hours. Not normal barking. This is like mournful, eerie howling that echoes through the whole complex. It starts around 11 p.m. and sometimes goes until 3 or 4 in the morning. I asked some neighbors about it, and they've noticed it too, but nobody knows why it started or why all the dogs are doing it at the same time. Last night was what finally pushed me to write this all down. I couldn't sleep again, so around 1 a.m. I decided to go up to the roof of my building to take some pictures of the night sky. Photography's always been a hobby of mine, and I thought maybe focusing on something normal would help calm me down. I spent maybe 30 minutes up there taking pictures with my DSLR. It was actually pretty peaceful for once. The dogs weren't howling yet, and the sky was really clear. I took about 40-50 shots of various constellations and the moon. Nothing weird happened while I was up there. I didn't hear any voices, didn't feel like I was being watched. It was the most normal I'd felt in weeks. I came back to my apartment, locked the door and double-checked it, obviously, and started going through the photos on my camera. The first 30 or so were exactly what I expected, just shots of stars, the moon, a few clouds. But then I got to a photo I have absolutely no memory of taking. Instead of stars, this photo showed what looked like colored lights hovering above the building across from mine. Not like helicopter lights or drones or anything with a logical explanation. These were orbs of blue, green, and white light that seemed to be pulsating. They formed a kind of triangle pattern in the sky. The image was crystal clear, not blurry or shaky like you'd expect if I had accidentally moved the camera. But here's the thing that has me completely freaked out. I never pointed my camera in that direction. I was only shooting upward at the sky, not at any of the surrounding buildings. And the timestamp on the photo shows it was taken at 1:17 a.m., right in the middle of when I was on the roof. But I have no gap in my memory. I was completely conscious and aware the entire time I was up there. I've gone over and over it in my head. There's no way someone else could have taken the picture. I was alone on the roof, and my camera was in my hands the whole time. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't tired enough to black out or anything like that. The photo just appeared in my camera roll as if I'd taken it myself, but I know I didn't. Right after I found that photo, all the dogs in the neighborhood started howling again. All at once, like they were responding to some signal, and it was louder than ever before, like they were right outside my window instead of scattered around the neighborhood. I deleted the photo immediately. I don't know why, but something about having it on my camera felt dangerous, like it was inviting whatever this is to get closer. I regret deleting it now because at least it would be proof that I'm not losing my mind. But in that moment, all I wanted was for it to be gone. I haven't slept more than an hour or two at a time since this all started. The feeling of my door opening still happens every night. I've started hearing the voice calling my name multiple times a day. The back door hasn't opened again, but I've pushed my couch in front of it just in case. I've looked up the history of this building, tried to see if anyone died in my unit, or if there were any tragedies here, but I can't find anything online. My landlord just gives me a blank stare when I ask about previous tenants. I'm starting to think he knows something he's not telling me. Last night, the temperature in my bedroom dropped so low that the water in the glass next to my bed had ice forming on top of it. This was while my heater was running full blast. I slept on the couch in the living room. This morning, I found 3 wet footprints leading from my bedroom door toward the living room where I was sleeping. They weren't there when I finally fell asleep around 5 a.m., and they were already starting to dry when I woke up at 7:30. They were small, like a child's, but there's no way a kid could have gotten into my apartment. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't afford to break my lease and move out. I've tried talking to my neighbors, but they either think I'm crazy or they avoid the conversation entirely. One older woman on my floor just shook her head when I mentioned the weird stuff happening and said, "That apartment always has trouble keeping tenants. The maintenance guys won't come to my unit anymore. They say there's nothing wrong with my heating or my locks, and that I'm just being paranoid. My friends have stopped coming over because they say my place gives them bad vibes. I've started sleeping with all the lights on, and the TV playing in the background just to drown out any noises. I've put bells on all my doors, so I'll hear if they open. I've set up my phone to record while I sleep, but every morning the recording has stopped at some point during the night, usually around 3 a.m. Right now, as I'm typing this, I swear the temperature is dropping again. My hands are getting cold, and my breath is starting to fog. The dogs haven't started howling yet tonight, but I know they will. They always do. I don't know if I'm being haunted, or if there's something wrong with this building, or if I'm just having some kind of mental breakdown. All I know is that something is very wrong in my apartment, and it's getting worse every day. Update: the dogs just started howling. It's only 9:45 p.m. They've never started this early before. And I just heard something dragging across the floor in my bedroom. I've barricaded myself in the bathroom with my laptop. I don't know what to do. I can still hear my name being whispered, but it's coming from inside the bathroom with me now. It sounds like it's coming from the shower drain. I can see my breath in here too. The mirror is starting to fog up, but there's no hot water running. There's something moving in the fog, like someone's writing in it, but I can't make out what it says. I think I need to get out of this apartment right.